All right, let's get started. I'm running really late today. So I'm trying to remember where we left off. I am so scatterbrained this week. Okay, oh, right. So we finished doing our refactoring, which allowed us to configure both like volume, resolution, all of those things on the way out, and allowed us to change what our encoder was. And I think we started testing that a little bit, and then we moved we moved into trying to containerize everything. Oh, right. And then I couldn't get a GPU node. That's right. That's where we left off. Okay, so I want to take a quick look around because we've done a bunch of refactoring. So I think the first thing I want to do is just kind of like review where we're at with things and what the code base looks like. Because I have the feeling that there's going to be some refactoring we want to do, or like code cleanup. I know we don't really have very good logging, which has not been very helpful for pushing this out into a container somewhere. So we should probably work on doing that as well. X-Mink, how you doing? So we definitely need to still do some docs, but I'm not going to be completely concerned with those just yet. I am liking how some of this is done. Oh wait, so this format here, we don't need this anymore, right? Because I think we can do this, right? To string. How are you doing today? Okay. I'm just going to kind of like look through some of these files and just get a feel for how the code's looking, if there's any kind of refactoring we want to do, what kind of cleanup we still have. Okay, good question. So RTMP is real-time messaging protocol. So that is actually the protocol in which the data is flowing from my OBS instance to Twitch right now. So almost universally right now, all like live streaming services use RTMP for ingest. It's very, very low latency, and it actually came from Flash, which is really interesting. But yeah, so, you can think about it kind of like HTTP, right? It's just the protocol in which we transfer data back and forth, but not the data itself. And so what we send across it is some sort of container format. Sure, yep. Like IRC, right? Like that's the protocol. It uses TCP for the connectivity, and then we have some sort of negotiated protocol for like what the packets are, what order they come in, what do those things actually mean. And then inside of those packets is a container format. And a container format is like what you would think of as like the extension of a video file, .avi, .mp4, .mkv, yeah, you get the idea. So that's the container format. And so each of those container formats can support a variety of codecs. So FLV is one, which came from Flash. Flash video is what it stands for. So FLV is the container format that is transferred over RTMP. So that container format basically bundles together, or muxes, we call it, streams. And a stream is individual pieces of data. So you have like an audio stream inside of that container. You have a video stream inside that container. And they are both kind of demultiplexed out on the other side and processed. So the frames are processed for the video card. The samples for the audio are sent to the audio card. So those are the streams. And then each one of those is encoded. And that's what a codec is. It stands for code decode. So those individual streams are encoded inside of that container. And then we can talk a little bit about how codecs work and things like that for different for audio versus video, and the different codecs you have and some of the advantages each one has. But that's sort of like the general idea of how all of this stuff works, right? So the container is what it is. So we could store the .flv to disk. We could just write that data straight to disk, and we would have a video file. Or we can transfer it over RTMP, right? So yeah, so RTMP is super low latency, and you can subscribe to it too. So you can be a client on RTMP. Really low latency for getting the stream to the endpoint, but doesn't scale as well. And it doesn't like downgrade, so you don't get adaptive bitrate with something like RTMP. And that's sort of where modern players and stuff like that and sites work, including Twitch, is they will take that RTMP stream, they will demultiplex out the data and decode the individual streams from that container, the FLV container, and then they will do what's called transcoding and transsizing. So they'll resize it to a bunch of bit rates, and then they'll store that into video files that are between 2 and 8 seconds long. Most places are about 2 seconds. And then they will generate a manifest file of those things, which both says, here's the first 2 seconds, here's the next 2 seconds, and so on and so forth, as well as advertising different bit rates. So what happens is the video and all of this data is actually pushed out onto a CDN and delivered over HTTP. So what the player in the browser is actually doing is going out over HTTP and fetching a manifest file, which is all text. Apple's HLS is a unique format, and then there's MPEG-, which is just XML. And this tells the player where to get the next segments, as well as giving it a list of additional bit rates. So when your internet connectivity kind of like falls off, what'll happen is the player will go out to the manifest file and say, hey, is there any other resolutions of this? And then it'll go and grab that next 2 seconds, one at a time, obviously. It'll go out and grab those at a lower resolution. And that's why, like, if you're ever watching TV or YouTube or something and you watch the screen kind of go blurry for a few seconds and then it comes back, that's exactly what happened. You had some sort of network hiccup where your network connectivity dropped. The buffer wasn't able to stay full on the player, so it started going out and grabbing a lower resolution version of it so that you could keep video coming. So that's a little bit of a crash course on like how all of this stuff works. But yeah, so as we know, HTTP and CDNs scale really, really well. So that's why things like YouTube and Twitch and all of these things, their players are all based off HTTP. Yeah, I love the questions. Keep them coming, though. Okay, so Aquafunk. Wonderful advance in internet streaming video. Yeah, I'm actually really, really surprised that FLV and RTMP are like the thing we're still using, right? Like, does anybody use Flash still? The protocol, if you're interested, is actually really interesting, the way that they tried to save bits to make it more efficient. Because remember, the protocol was invented back with like dial-up internet. Oh, I forgot about this. So we still need to address this issue. There's a new protocol though. Live streaming SRT. I like that Restream has like an article on different streaming protocols. So UDP is how a cable company would work. So they do multicast video over UDP down to equipment that does what's called quadrature amplitude modulation to modulate the same signal, which is just MPEG container, MPEG transportation containers, just multiplexing that. so it's multiplexing the video together and then sending it out over MPEG transport streams, which then get picked up by hardware, which modulates it onto the cable. But yeah, so they support different codecs and all of that stuff, but this would probably be an interesting read. WebRTC is also interesting in the way that it works. It's also very, very low latency, but again, scalability is hard, right? Oh yeah, I forgot about FDL. But SRT is a new one that people are starting to look at. It's not supported by a lot of places yet, but that's sort of where people are evolving to. If you're super into this stuff, there's a whole conference on this stuff. So Rust was chosen because of the library I decided to use to do this. So I am primarily a Go person, but I've been wanting to learn Rust for hardware. But FFmpeg and GStreamer are like what everybody uses, and FFmpeg it's really the library inside of it that people use, libav. That's what most people use. Who's hosting? Mr. Demon Wolf is hosting. Thanks for the host, Mr. Demon Wolf. So those are usually what everybody uses, right? So like OBS is using libav under the hood. Those are written in C. I knew that I didn't want to write C. I've never done C or C++ as full time, so I've never been super proficient, and I haven't written really any in a long time. So I didn't want to do that, plus memory safety, all of those things. So really I was looking at Go or Rust. CGo, it works, but also it wasn't something I was particularly excited about doing. But I decided I liked GStreamer, the flow of it. I really liked the way that worked, and they have phenomenal, that's the other thing. Go didn't really have updated bindings for these libraries, which is okay. I just didn't have the time to create them. But Rust had a really, really solid bindings for GStreamer written by the people who work on the language. So that seemed like the way to go. I got to learn Rust. I got to, use really solid bindings. And so far, I've been pretty happy with the decision. Writing the API server has been a bit slow and painful, more so than it would have been if I was creating that in Go. But everything else seems to be running pretty solid. Okay. This is now a Rust stream. I know, it is kind of ironic. And the irony of it is like I'm sitting here wearing like a GopherCon hoodie while writing Rust that will hopefully be ran at GopherCon. Okay, fix this. That seems like a good thing to fix right now. What are we fixing? So what's this return back? This returns back an option. Why did we not catch that? So this should really be a dot or no. Okay. Yeah, okay. So we want an okay or. I guess this would be mixer not. Oh, error. Not found. Okay. So basically what we're doing here is we're taking the option that's returned back from this function and converting it into a result. So if the none variant of that option is returned, we're going to return not found here. So then we can do this. Do I not have an OS command? Is the bot running? The bot is not running. There we go. I thought I had an OS command. Maybe I don't. There we go. All right. Not found. Oh, this is the mixer name. Wait a second. What is that? Oh yeah, I forgot that that's still active. So the scene command is what you just ran, and it switches to this, where it changes the OBS scene. We were just sort of playing around with controlling OBS when we were building the bot on stream. And then I left it because like sometimes somebody in chat will ask a question.
Someone finds you interesting.
And
have a new follower.
And like I'll be having like a dialogue like this where I'll be looking at the camera and stuff like that. So we left it there so the audience can be like, yo, get on screen. Stop showing me your desktop when you're talking to me. Although sometimes I'm looking at chat while I'm talking. Aditya, thanks so much for the follow. Okay, so here, this is because this not found error. This mixer error. Now I'm trying to remember what it was. I know one of them was the name of the... There, but there's two of them. I think it's the mixer. I think it's self.name. Oh, because that's an and string, so we need dot to st to string. Okay. No problem, no problem. Actually, because your audience like typically evolves over time, a lot of the people who were here while we built all of the bot stuff, they aren't around, so a lot of people don't see all of the stuff that's here. Method, not a field. Oh, did I make that private and do that? So some of the stuff too, like for hue and things like that, right now, if you just said like hue blue, it assumes a default of all, but you could say, you know, hue pink electronics, and that'll do just that desk, or hue green desk, and that'll do that one, or hue purple ceiling. So sound is, if you do sounds plural, you'll get a list of them. So you can just do.
Don't you have more important tasks ahead, sir? If you shave one more yak today, you could start your own farm.
Immutable borrow occurs here. Immutable borrow occurs here. Mutable borrow later.
Sir, as thrilling as this might be for your viewers, you could simply check the Stack Overflow.
Do I need to clone this? I'm thinking so because this needs to take ownership of that, right? So I think we do need a clone here. Yeah, there's a bunch of them I had made. Which one? I really like spaghetti too.
Would you like me to look up a recipe for a light bolognese sauce? It should pair quite nicely with your spaghetti code.
Wait, what is this? Immutable borrow occurs here. Immutable borrow occurs here.
Catastrophic failure detected. Evacuation protocol has been initiated. Abandoned ship. SOS. Abandoned ship.
What am I missing here? Name returns back a string. What are you trying to tell me, error? Cannot borrow self as immutable because it is also borrowed as mutable. Oh, I got you. So I understand that this is because it's coming in as a borrowed mutable version of itself. Here we can't get it as mutable. So how do we do that? All right. So that's actually an error I'm not entirely sure how to fix. Should make a website for the... Oh, so that people can just play with the commands on the website? Yeah, I mean, we could do that. We are going to search this error because... that is a new one for me. I'm not entirely sure how to fix that. I understand what the error is. I'm just not sure how we get around that. So good old Stack Overflow. What do they say? Okay, so yeah, so this is a similar example. Could I add Hacktoberfest to your bot repo tags? I mean, I could. All right. You're encountering the exact problem that Rust was designed to prevent. You have a reference pointing to the vector and are attempting to insert into the vector. Doing so might require that the memory of the vector be reallocated, invalidating any existing references. If that happens, blah, blah, blah. Okay. You aren't actually using item or source in the original, so you could just not call that line. Yes, this is my, so I have done minimal work on this project and a project that was done before it started, but very, very minor. This is my first major project in Rust, yes. Okay, so we need... I don't think we need to put it in a reference count, right? Hold on. Self dot name. Let's do it here and see. Oops. All right. And so this is the thing, right? Like occasionally we're gonna run into stuff like this. So I've been getting around Rust fairly well. Right now what are you complaining about? How did that? Wait, what is going on here? Do you do much Rust, Mr. Demon Wolf? Oh. Duh. The error was because we were shadowing name. Okay. So what happens here? And why is that self that true? So that works. Why does that work if we bind it somewhere else? Potatoes, how's it going? Maybe you can answer this question for me. So right here, I'm binding self.name to mixer name and all is well. However, if I comment that out and I come down here and I just say self.name here, we get an error. And I'm trying to understand why that's different. See, here we get a cannot borrow self as mutable because it is also borrowed as mutable. So I'm not entirely sure why this is an error here. But if I bind it to something here, that's fine. No, self.name returns a string. So is this just like a weird compiler thing? Like just a because it's returning back a new object or new value. And then ownership would be transferred here. It takes self by reference. Yes, yes. So that's kind of interesting. I just don't understand because, I mean, semantically they're the same thing except that I've bound this variable here inside this function. So we fixed it, but I was just curious, like why that's a thing. It's a problem with lifetimes. Interesting. Okay, so what do we want to work on today? I don't even think I want to look at the HTTP logic. Night MT, how's it going? What tool are you using to see the type? Oh, when I do this? That's just, if we go to my config, nvim, init. Why do I have an nvm one too? LSB. Okay, so this is all the stuff you want here. So I'm just using NeoVim's built-in language server protocol and some of the LSP extensions and diagnostics. So that's all that's providing that. The lifetime of binding to a name and putting that and self in the argument of the function are not the same. Same, it's going okay for me. I'm just juggling a whole bunch of stuff. I don't know the exact term for it, but it happened to me before too. Gotcha. The type next to the line. Hey, Aaron, how's it going? Oh, I got you. Oh, why is it not showing up here? You're talking about how we can see this right here? So that's the same thing. It's still using the same LSP. I think I have it in my completion. Sit right here. So I have this line here, and that's what it's doing. It's the same LSP extensions, but it's using this inlay hints thing. So let me I'll paste this in here, but if you install LSP extensions, you can just drop that in your you can drop that inside your config and get that. I did not see Tokyo release that. Is there anything good in the 0.3 release?
Someone finds you interesting, sir. It appears we have a new follower.
Foxcap, thanks for the follow. All right, so I'm trying to figure out what we want to do here. We need to productionalize this thing for sure. We've done a bit of refactoring. I know that we don't have very good error handling though. So let's start looking inside our mixer mod. Actually, let's do that. Let's grep for unwrap, and let's just make an effort to go through here and remove things that we know will crash the application. Stability promise. Best thing about 0.3 is the 1.0 announcement. Okay, let's do it. How about we do this? Let's YOLO it. And let's upgrade to Tokyo version 3. Does that mean there's also a warp update? Crates.io. Warp. Still 0.2. Okay. Compile. I might just do a whole cargo update while we're at it, because why not? We like to live life on the edge. Just like I updated my kernel. I regularly like to I feel like the only time I upgrade my kernel is like the morning before I have to stream. All right, let's do a cargo update. I mean, it looks like, yeah, I've been running. Rocker Boo, are you going to start getting me to run Rust nightly? I did a cargo update, right? Okay. So it would be nice if the output, oh no, it does say downloaded. So these are all the packages that updated. glib, Saturday. Oh, GStreamer has an update. So is this going to update my cargo file? Because I have 16.3 here, but that clearly just said that it updated to 14. Yeah, I mean, really, I should be doing this, right? Same thing with clap, right? It updated all your... Oh, well, Rust update would update, like, Clippy and stuff, right? But I don't think it would update your project. I think I did use... I think I did use Arch to install them. Cargo runs it on the packages, yep. Okay. Now we have all the new stuff. Do we build? Let's just run it. Sorry I'm getting such a late start today. This month before GopherCon is like always just craziness. Okay, so this is all updated, and then we're gonna grep for unwrap, and that's kind of what I want to do. I think we should try to handle everywhere where we unwrap because we know we're gonna panic, and maybe also add some logging so that when we get this thing like running out in a container somewhere. What are the two small windows down there? Yep, these are just terminals. Oh, like what am I So this is all i3 window manager. And so same thing here. If you've never seen i3 window manager, it actually allows you to kind of create like a hierarchy of windows. So for instance, this bar down here is actually, these are siblings, right? And, oops, I accidentally just closed it. Oh, no, I did not. I changed the view mode of them. There we go. So here's like, these are together, right? So this is their parent. But I can change the layout of these. So now they're in tabs. I can put them side by side, right? I can stack them. But now like I can also hotkey to go full screen with them. It looks weird because over here is the rest of my screen is actually over here. So like I have chat over there. So that's why you won't see, you'll see it cut off, but you can go full screen with it. We could take the parent and we could go full screen with just that parent. We could move up here, full screen that. So there's sort of like this parent-child relationship. So up here, this is a sibling of this entire window. So it's just a really powerful way of working with things. And like you don't see over here next to me, I guess I could show you. I can go into resize mode and I can pull this down and you can see like there's the chat that I have over there, right? DWM. You're going to come in here with all that, Nixative? You're going to call me out here for not wearing DW or using DWM? Here's the i3 link. Oh. You're all just here to hate on me for my i3 usage? I knew it. I knew it was coming. Oh, thread main panicked at there is no reactor running, must be called from the... So we may have broken something with our update. Thread main panicked at there is no reactor running, must be called from the context of Tokyo runtime. Are Rust developers demanded in Finland? I'm not sure. I mean, I would assume they'd be in high demand everywhere. But to be honest, I'm not super connected to the Rust world. This is my first like big project in Rust. I just started learning Rust about a month ago. So Warp is still using... well, no, 0.3 is what we just upgraded to, right? So Warp is still using 0.2. So do we just have to wait for Warp to upgrade it? Do you do much Rust, Knight? All right, rolling it back. What is that warning? Interesting. Use of OK/OR followed by a function call. I don't understand why Clippy's complaining about this. So let's look at this because this is interesting. So this is in my mixer mod. Okay, 244. Okay, so this is what we have. What they want me to do is this. And pass a closure. So I'm guessing OK/OR shouldn't call. This is it because name is here? I just find that interesting. Like, why? Because or else is lazy and or is not. What do you mean by that? So trying to understand that. So in this case, this function is going to run. It's going to get back its return value. If it's none, it's going to execute this function, which then... I guess I'm not understanding where the difference is, what lazy aspect there is. Oh, wait. I understand you. I understand you. Because when OK or else is called, this is going to be executed before OK or else is. So this value is already going to be determined prior to it actually looking at the result. That makes sense. So in my particular use case, it doesn't matter, right? Because all of these values exist here. Yeah. Okay. So that makes sense now. It wasn't clicking with me at first, because for my particular use case, I don't really care at what point this is executed. That doesn't matter to me. So okay. So what were we doing? We were going to look for unwraps. How many of them do we have? A lot more than I'd like, but not as many as I thought. So unwrap ors we can ignore, right? So I guess let's start here in this file here. Unwrap. So this... Okay, so what do we have for errors here? Mixer error. Unknown, not found. Guess we could call this GStreamer. Okay, yeah. Okay, so we're gonna do an unwrap or. And here we're going to say GStreamer. Failed to update property on caps filter. Okay. By the way, is CSD degree required to get software developer job in the United States? It is not. There are a great number of developers that do not have CS degrees, myself included. So I work for Microsoft as my day job as a principal engineer, and not only do I not have a CS degree, I actually dropped out of high school. Oh, because this is an answer. We need a toString. This feels kind of ugly. I wish there was like some sort of syntactical sugar to convert that. But yeah, I mean, I will say that, you know, it depends on the company you're applying for and stuff like that. Some put more weight on it than others. But, you know, you definitely have to have a fair amount of experience and be able to demonstrate you know what you're doing. Wait, what? What are you saying? Expected unit struct found enum mixer error. Why would you expect a unit struct? Oh wait, unwrap or is to default it. So we need an OK or, right? No. Nope. Wait a second. I thought there was... Oh, wait a second. No. It returns an error. So why did we have that? Why did we have that doing an unwrap to begin with? Weird. Okay. The lint is in performance, so be careful. I like Microsoft for C# TypeScript and SQL Server. Yeah, I actually do all open source technologies at Microsoft. So I'm all like Linux and Go and Rust and Kubernetes and Docker and software development covers a wide range of products. Some people work on very low level projects like operating systems where having a CS degree would make more sense. Absolutely, Aquafunk. Yeah, if you work on like compilers or operating systems and things like that, having a formal CS background, you know, all the data structures and algorithms and all that stuff are going to be much more helpful. In fact, I don't do a lot of DSNA in my day job. So I'm not going to college. I didn't learn a lot of that to begin with. And the stuff I did learn, I forget a lot of it because I don't use it daily. I actually would really like to start, maybe when we get further on this project, maybe I can start doing like some learning data structures and algorithms on stream. I can't install Arch over Pixie since the installer takes up more than 1 gig of space and can't load into memory. Uh-oh. I left my CS degree program and was immediately hired by the business school of my university to manage their web presence. Okay, so let's find our next set of unwraps. So this should be the same thing. I don't know how we ended up in a situation where those are even there. Okay, so here is where we want a okay or, and this would give us back a error not found. And we're gonna have to do the same thing. Mixer name. Let mixer name equal self dot name. Okay. Yeah, so I have a similar thing to Aquafunk. Like, you know, I broke into the internet space very early on. So there's also a little bit of right time, right place. By the time people really started caring about experience and education level in web, I already had so much experience, people were willing to overlook it. No, but since it's over Pixie, it doesn't have an install drive, such USB drive. I played my first job in tech. Okay. Next unwrap. So same thing. Let mixer name equal self.name. So here we, same thing. Okay, or error not found, mixer name, and name dot to string. Okay. We're missing one? Okay, and that fixed me. We are not going to worry about that. Okay, so here. What is this? Oh, right. I mean, in here, I guess we're fairly safe. It should have been set, but let's do this anyway. Oh, so here's crap. So this is actually going to be a bug. So what we did is when we set an input to active, we actually go through and adjust all of the Z orders of things. Wait a second. No. Is this reversed? Okay, so here we're trying to set everything active. So we basically give whichever thing we want a Z order of 1000. So that we bring it to the top. And then we iterate over all of the other inputs, and we set their volume to 0, and then try to basically restore whatever the Z order was when they were configured. But now I need to look because we do have an issue here. Shoot. Okay. So the thought here was that when you created this input, it would have some Z order. And at some point you might make this input active, which would change the Z order to say 1000. And then later what we would do is when we made another input active, then we would just restore what the original Z order is. However, there is an issue with that. And the issue is that if you didn't supply a Z order and we just gave the video to the mixer, the compositor would give it the next higher order Z, the next highest Z order. But that's not what's going to be in this stored input config. Wait, where's the input config coming from? Okay, so we need to solve for that too. I guess we'll do this. Updating dependencies. Okay. I don't know what we did with our Docker file. Oh, right. Okay, so let's open our Docker file. We'll commit that too for now. So, commit. What are we doing? Oh, add graph is to Docker container /debug endpoint. Okay. So now we're just in like this like refactor here, right? Okay. I wonder whether I should just commit this as is without fixing this. Yeah, let's do that. Handling unwrap logic in mixer. Okay. The real Mitchell, yeah, absolutely. We can fill you in on what is an RTMP switcher. Are you familiar with what RTMP and all of that stuff is? I guess would be the first question, and we can talk about how maybe video works and how video streaming works and things like that. So let's break out Excalidraw. Okay, so there we go. So RTMP. Starting from the bottom. Okay, we did this a couple minutes ago, but we got a few more people here. So starting from the bottom, I need to use, because I need to leave this open. So let's use drawing. Oh, I have to use my mouse for this. Ugh. I think I have this saved, don't I? Save, switcher diagram. Actually, you know what? We'll just scroll down. Perfect. Okay. So, a video file. When we look at a video file, wait, no, 2. Here we go. So if we have a video file here, so this would be what we call the, like, say a, why is my text not, why is my text not white? I feel like, is it dark mode mixing with, I think it's dark reader mixing with their thing. Is it? Yep. Okay. There we go. Fixed. All right. So if we had like the mouse is superior to tools and keyboard. All right. So if we had like a .av, .mp4, .flv, .mkv, these are all what's known as a container. Okay, so let's stretch this out. All right. So inside this container, though, is a series of streams. So we could have, you know, our video stream and maybe 2 audio tracks, right? Audio. Okay. And we'll make it audio too, right? So maybe this is 2 separate languages, right? These could also be things like closed captioning and a variety of other things, right? So this is our container. So I'll just put text here and call it, I don't know, FLV, because that's what RTMP uses. So this is an FLV container. And then, you know, the video is going to be encoded in a codec. So in our case, it's going to be H.264, but it could be Matroska or something else. And then our audio, you know, that's going to be AAC. That's the codec. So that's how we compress these individual streams of data that are what's called muxing them together, multiplexing them together inside of this container. And we could make this one MP3. They don't have to be the same. Okay. So now we have our container and our individual streams. So what happens is we now take this and we send it somewhere. Okay, so this protocol that we send it over is what RTMP is, real-time messaging protocol. So it's super, super low latency, and we send that to some other server somewhere. And we could also have clients who can pull this down. Zoom in a little bit for the text. Yeah, can I? There we go. Okay, so that's basically how all of this stuff works. So, but what happens over on this side, and we'll just call this Twitch, right? So this is Twitch. What is Twitch doing with my data? Well, what they do is they pull out these individual streams of data. And how are we going to do this? How do we want to do this? So what they end up doing is we'll do it this way. So they will do what's called transcoding of the data, right? So they will separate these things into, let's call this 1080p, right? And we'll call this 720, and we'll call this, I don't know, 480p, right? Okay. So they will take this stream, they will pull it apart, and what they will do with it, and this is all called transcoding, is they will break it apart and re-encode it in these different resolutions. However, it will be stored in very, very small segments that are typically about 2 seconds long. So this is 2 seconds. Seconds. Okay? And these will be in a different format. So these use a container called MPEG transport streams. So it's an MPEG TS file. So each one of these is like a small 2-second video. And then what'll happen is here on the web, there's a manifest file. And that manifest file, HLS is Apple's version of it. And MPEG- is one that a lot of cable companies use. But this manifest file, 5, will just point at each one of these. Okay, so now we have you as the viewer. You're over here. Wait, nope, that's not what I wanted. 2. See, here's us. Viewers. Yay. Okay. So what we end up doing is our player, what's in the browser, requests this over HTTP. So what this allows is we can basically replicate all of this. We can push the manifest itself, and we can push out all of the individual MPEG transport streams out to a CDN and get it closer to all of our viewers, which means we can basically scale infinitely. Just keep adding hardware all over the place. Whereas if we wanted to just live watch the RTMP stream, one location, the same one that's getting this, would have to do it, or we'd have to get like a complex relay thing going. But HTTP works, so we push all of this stuff out to the edge, we CDN it, and so what'll happen is as your player is needing to fill its buffer, it'll just be grabbing segments from the manifest. But what'll happen is if your video footage, like if your network starts to drop and it can't keep up, whether you already have slow internet or it just glitches for a second, you'll get a buffer underrun here. It won't be able to keep data in the buffer. So what it'll go do is it'll go out to the manifest and be like, is there a lower resolution of this? And then for that next segment, it's just going to grab the lower resolution and transfer that. And it'll keep doing that until your network comes back. And they'll be like, oh, okay, you know, I'm able to fill the buffer fast enough. I'm going to start grabbing from here again. And so if you're ever watching like video on Hulu or Netflix or whatever, and it gets slightly blurry for a few seconds and then comes back, that's exactly what happened. The player decided it can't keep enough data in the buffer, and it decided to go out to the manifest and grab a few of those segments in a lower resolution. Okay, so are you with me so far? So that is essentially how RTMP works, and how adaptive bitrate streaming works, how the viewers are able to see all of this stuff. So now the problem that we have is, great, I'm here and I can get this data here, but when this connection drops, it affects everybody, right? So, but what if I wanted to hand my stream over to somebody else? So we talk about GopherCon as an example, right? So I'm pushing to you through OBS directly to Twitch. This is me, this is Twitch. But how do I like intro a speaker and then transfer over them without using like Zoom or Skype and things, which is just not a really great experience. So that's where sort of the RTMP switcher thing comes in. So if we come up here to our switcher, oops, apparently we have 2 different sizes of things. Okay. So what the idea behind the switcher is that's going to fill this role. So we can basically throw out a bunch of RTMP servers, and the ones that I have running as an example, they use up, I don't even know, like 400 megs of RAM and I don't know, like 1/100th of a CPU unit, because they don't have to do any of the hard work of transcoding. They just have to relay the RTMP stream. So you basically push directly to here. And what the switcher does is it'll come out as a client to this RTMP feed, and it will mix it into its own video output and send it to one or more locations. And we can hot swap these while the stream is live. We can say, okay, you're only going to YouTube, but wait, we're going to quickly add Twitch, and you're going to go live on Twitch for now, and then we're going to disconnect. And so all of this we want controllable through an HTTP API, so we can effectively have a scheduler that knows about when streamer 1's supposed to be on at 1 p.m., streamer 2 at 2 p.m., and it'll spin up these instances for them, email them their stream key, and then trigger the switcher to switch from streamer 1 to streamer 2 at 2 p.m. So the other thing we can also do here is we can layer in videos. So we could play some live, some videos, but this would be a constant linear feed that never goes away. And all of this would run in the cloud. And so the other thing that we can do here is we can leave this live all of the time, and we can introduce some like monitoring and metrics, right? Like I can measure the bit rate here. And I can say, well, streamer 1's bit rate just totally tanked, right? Like, and they've been gone for, I don't know, 30 seconds or 45 seconds. Well, in the meantime, there's something playing here. It doesn't show, Twitch wouldn't show you as going offline because there would be like some image that says technical difficulty just being fed that's layered behind where we put streamer 1 on top. And so the other thing we could do is like the bitrate drops here. Well, we know we have a pre-recorded version of this talk here, and we know that we're about, 17 minutes into their talk. So we could start pushing this video at 17 minutes in. So that's sort of the thing we're trying to solve, and not just for GopherCon. And because this is such a big effort and it's really just me building this part of it, this may not be done in time for GopherCon, but I still think it's really, really valuable for conferences in general. And we're going to be using it for Microsoft's Learn TV and some stuff like that. So I think it's a really cool open source project for people to use for things, because there's a lot of things that there's a lot of options for solving this problem. There's lots of providers that do this for you. There's nobody that allows you to do sort of this stuff, right? The other thing we could do is we could introduce WebRTC later and have that feed in. But right now we do have all of the HTTP logic for this. So we can add streams and things. We can layer them on top of each other. We can switch who's active. We can even do picture-in-picture right now. So I can do a quick demo if there's a bunch of new people here who have not seen a demo of this thing working. We did a bunch of refactoring, so hopefully we didn't break too much yesterday. But I can do a quick demo of it working if everybody's interested in it too. Yeah, the only thing I've seen do this kind of live layering switching are very expensive professional products, often with a lot of vendor lock. Yeah, that's true. And that's the part that bothers me is like, shopping around for even just people to handle this side of things. There's people like charging $50,000 and you're like, it's freaking Nginx with the RTMP module, and you slapped a like halfway working web interface on it. Like, why are you charging me $50,000 for this? And so, yeah. And this side of it, people are mainly using like Skype and Zoom right now, and bleh. So at least this side would allow you to have like full control over what you do, scene switching. You'd be able to just be a streamer. So, I mean, we can do a quick little demo of this too. I mean, they're good tools for what they do, but that's not production, right? And like GopherCon kind of prides itself on like high production value. And so the idea of using something like that was just like all of this, right? Like I have like a whole scene setup thing, right? And we can switch scenes back and forth and we can do stuff, right? You want to be able to give that ability to each streamer and not like the shared desktop functionality and stuff. Okay, while this is compiling, what I am going to do is, here's what we're going to do for everybody who's new here. I have just a couple of, this is just a container running out in Azure that's using minimal CPU and memory. All it is Nginx with the RTMP module so that it can take an RTMP feed. And then it just serves this web page, because while it's also taking the RTMP feed, remember in our drawing here, I said we could transmux this or repackage it. It is also doing this, which is very inexpensive, but only for the same resolution in the very same codecs. The second we tried to change the codec, we have to decode it and then re-encode it. That's expensive. However, if we just want to slice it up and put it into a new container, that's really, really cheap. And that's all we're doing and serving this manifest. And then we just serve a web page with a player in it to grab that manifest. This is only so that we can preview what's coming into that RTMP feed. Noob question, how hard is it to get the raw matrix of pixels of video with GStreamer? You would have to write your own element, which you can do, and there's some tutorials on how to do that. And you could get the raw frame buffers. And in fact, later, what we'll do is I'm going to try to learn how to do that because I want to try to write some video transitions. You see me leaning over here. What I'm doing is I have another PC next to me because of all of the work running the streamer, running my stream, all of that. I've already got 2 graphics cards and stuff in here. I'm trying not to overload this system by also encoding another video and sending it over RTMP. So I'm using a separate machine over here to just push a video out to our RTMP endpoint. Okay. So now we have, cool, I'm trying to do a side project to play videos on the task manager of Windows, and GStreamer seems like a good choice. I'm already using Rust. Yeah, GStreamer is really, really cool in the way the pipelining works. Oh, and the real Mitchell, we'll check that out too. I'll show you what the pipeline actually looks like. So right now we have, I think, where is it pushing? It's pushing here? Okay. So now we have Big Buck Bunny. We are just previewing an RTMP stream that's hitting this RTMP server. So what we can do now is, are we running? Okay. Delete. Delete. Don't save. Okay, so we're going to hit this endpoint, and we are just going to, why is that? So we're going to post some JSON. We're just going to name our mixer. We're going to say our frame rate, what our resolution is going to be. I don't know what that is. Okay. So mixer. Okay. So we're going to send that. So now we have a mixer. So now what we want to do is we want to create an... Why is this... Okay, so here's our output. So we don't want to do an auto. We want to do an RTMP output, and we are going to send it to here. RTMP super secret URL stream key. Okay, so here's our location. However, we're running this locally, so we are going to we're going to change the encoder settings here. And for the video encoder settings, we're going to set the encoder equal to nvenc. So what we're doing here is we're basically saying, hey, we want you to use the GPU. So okay, so now our output is created. We give this a few seconds to run. And so now we have this like black screen, and there's also a sine wave behind this, right? So we've just have a sine wave of audio that we've taken the volume to 0. And this basically creates like a constant feed so that we can hot swap out inputs or outputs. Because the way GStreamer works is if the source stops sending data or the output stops receiving data, our pipeline goes into a pause state, and we don't want that to happen. Okay, so we could have like a technical difficulty screen here instead. That would be just fine. So now we're gonna add an input. What do we have here? Oh, perfect, it's already set up. So now we're gonna say, hey, we're naming it RTMP. We're giving you a URL. It's actually RTMP. So this is the same place that Big Buck Bunny is being pushed to. we're going to create that. And so now it's going to go over RTMP and it's going to fetch its feed from here and start playing it. And the delay here isn't in the mixer. It's actually in this server that I'm using to do this. Okay, we're in a playing state. Where are you? Are you going to work? I feel like this is taking too long. Did we break it? Turn TV, backup. Oh! Alright, so this one's my bad. Hold on. Oh. We need to delete the input. What did we call the input? RTMP? RTMP. Alright. Okay, so this is pushing to transcoder, and this is backup. But what we did when we created the input is we were fetching from itself. That's not going to work. Okay. Now it should work, I hope. There we go. So, and you can see these aren't that delayed from each other. Okay, so once we have this set up though, we can also update it. So we can come in here and we can say, hey, for our RTMP input, we want to change its resolution. We want to change its transparency. That seems like a lot. And then we're going to change its location. So we're going to reposition it on the screen. So we're basically going to scale that input to something else and move it somewhere else on the screen. We send that. And we wait for the transmuxer to do its thing. And we should watch this change its size and then show up over here. There we go. So this is sort of like the crude proof of concept, right? We've proven out that we can do all of the things. So now it's just a matter of like turning this into like production software. So we got to do better error handling, better logging, get this thing running in a container, really start kicking the tires on it. And then I have a colleague that's working on the scheduler. And so the other thing that we can do is we have an endpoint where we can basically start looking all this stuff. 715, how's it going? So we also have the ability to hit the debug endpoint. So tomorrow will be the Kubernetes Ask Me Anything. So we actually have the ability to look at all of the GStreamer pipeline here. So this bigger box here is like this bigger box here is what the URI decode bin does. It goes out and fetches it over RTMP, does some stuff, adds some queues. This is where it's determined that it is a FLV container type. We'll just walk through it for everybody. There's a lot of new people here. So sends it through a queue. And these pads are basically, we have everything flowing from source to sync, right? And this is the format that it's negotiated that it's going to send the data in. So now we have this MPEG data here and this H.264 video. Those go through some parsers. And then here's where we decode the audio stream. And now it's in a raw format. And here's where we decode the video, and here's where it's in the XRAW format. So whoever asked the question earlier about being able to manipulate individual video frames, that's exactly where you would do it. At this point, we already have this data. And so later down here, what we've done is we've set up what's known as a caps filter. So this is basically saying, I want this height, width, height, all of these things. And so there's a negotiation between these pads always. So downstream suggests to upstream what it should use. Upstream tries to make a decision on what it should use. So what happens is, because those downstream things are suggesting this higher resolution, this video convert and scale will actually change the resolution and things so that it meets those caps filters. So then all of this comes down here into, where are you? Here's where we mix together the audio, multiple audio sources coming in and one going out. And then here is where the video compositor is. And here's where we can see our individual videos. So this is that black screen in the background, sync 0, all coming from here. And here's the RTMP video. We can see the Z order is higher. That's why it's on top. And our XY position with height, alpha, all of this stuff. And then the T is so that we can split it. So right now there's only one pad here, but a T allows us to have one to many. So one input to multiple outputs. So this is the point at which where, like, if we wanted to also like record this or, you know, send it to another RTMP endpoint, we would just make another attachment here. And so same thing, we can see the audio will come through and that'll get split out too. And now here's where we're encoding our audio back to AAC after we've mixed together those audio channels. And then here's where we encode the video that's been mixed together into H.264. And then we stuff them in an FLV container. And then we push that FLV container. Well, first it's queued for reasons, but then we push that over RTMP. So that's kind of how the whole pipeline flows. That's why I chose to use GStreamer for this, because conceptualizing and visualizing how this is all working, I think is much easier to grasp. So I think that it is more welcoming for more people to jump in and figure out and play with. This is so impressive, laugh aloud. I know how you even create a single, I don't know how you even create a single stream. Are you talking about like a stream here, or are you talking about like me just streaming working on this? Okay, so what were we doing? Yeah. It'll be released to like iTunes and Spotify and all that. I think it takes about a week and beyond. They were just asking questions about GopherCon and stuff like that. And then last minute, I thought it would be amusing to stream that to Twitch. But yeah, I was one of the founding panelists in the beginning of Go Time. So it was kind of fun to be back. Oh, stream is in the project. So the funny thing is, I have a little bit of background in all of this stuff, because I understand how all of this works, because I worked for Comcast for a few years designing all of failover systems for how video streams around the country. That's how I know how all this stuff works. And it's also how I kind of understand how like quadrature amplitude modulation works and how it actually gets across the cable to your house, and how ad insertion is done, and how on-demand works, which is really crazy. I've never worked on video at this level. I did patch a multiplexer that we had there a couple of times, but this is me kind of learning a lot more deeper. I think I love being handed projects where I feel completely unqualified to build it, and then learning on the fly. So that's basically what we were doing. This is my first Rust project. This is my first GStreamer project. So yeah, with Brian and Carlicia. Long-time listener, awesome. If this isn't ready yet, what is the GopherCon alternative at this point? So the GopherCon alternative at this point is going to be just using OBS and things like that. Me and the producer and stuff like that will just be behind the scenes rocking it with a couple of machines and OBS and some fun relays in the middle for RTMP, so that some things that we're doing both to our attendees and to Twitch will do it their thing. So we have ideas we're working on, and we have a couple of tools we're using for things like lightning talks to make things a little easier. But yeah, so everything will still be fine. It's just much more involved. It's a lot more hands-on, right? It would be a lot easier to like just load people up in the schedule and just like let it do its thing, right? So, but I mean, it was always going to be a mad dash to see if this thing would work in time. It's these types of things are complex to build, and I'm only one person. Oh, you think you're... Yeah, it's Carlicia. Do you have a schedule for tomorrow's stream? We'll probably start about 12:30 Eastern time. Is Aaron still in the chat? I should shout him out too. AR. I can't type. All right. There's Aaron. So Aaron and I will be doing the AMA tomorrow. As long as it's okay with him, sometime between 12 and 12:30 Eastern time, I think is when we plan to start. In that case, your perspective... just being new to all of this? Yeah. I think it's important, though, right? I think that we often... I think that we often are intimidated by things, and we assume that only people smarter than we are can do those things. And I think it prevents us from even trying sometimes. Although, says the person that on... Dempsey's stream last night was talking about how intimidated I am about working on the compiler. Do as I say, not as I do, okay? Okay, so our issue here... crap. So we're going to have to do this for each of our inputs, I think. So our problem is, when we look at this config here, Z order... We set the Z order. Oh wait, do we handle this? We might handle this already. Okay, so here, this is probably going to be the easiest way to handle this. So... No, it's not. So here we are manually setting the Z order. But if we do a set Z order here, we can see that we changed the config, and that is not what we want to do. So I think what we should probably do here is cheat. So the idea here is that we need to differentiate between when you have specified as the user explicitly, this is what I want the Z order to be. We need to differentiate that from when we as the switcher have decided, oh, well, we're going to deprioritize your input so that another input can go on top. We need to differentiate that. And even if like you manually said these things should be stacked in this order, but temporarily I want to bring this one to the front, you probably want to bring it back to where it was. So right now, if we call set Z order, because this is a user action, so this is you saying, hey, I would like to explicitly change the Z order of this, we store it to the config. We update the config that you have done. So we don't actually want to call this. So what I think we really need to do here is all of these things actually need to call the pipeline already. So what we need to do is we need to find where this is connected to the pipeline. So let's just think about this for a second. So find the pad on the compositor that is associated with this input. Okay, so that's the very first thing we need to do. Then we can update properties on that pad. I guess we would also need to... We also need to do it for volume. Yes. Okay. To do find the pad associated on the audio mixer associated with this input. Update volume. Okay. This might be... Oh, wait. No. Oh, crap. So this is actually not there. We have a volume... Find the volume element. I think this is the way this is going to work. Okay. So I am using NeoVim Nightly, and I'm using all the built-in language server protocol stuff in NeoVim Nightly, combined with a couple of plugins. Config and Vim init. Okay, wait. Here. So this is basically everything that I'm using for completion. So the nvim LSP, and then Tej, who is a streamer and a fellow stream team member, who's a NeoVim core developer, is working on a couple of these projects. So, and then yeah, the diagnostic, and this is the completion nvim that's using all of that stuff. And then in addition to that, Telescope is really cool. If you see me doing all of this stuff, this is all Telescope. Okay, so let's look at an input really fast. Oh, wait, we still have this. I want to see where volume is set. Volume. Okay, yeah, so we have an audio volume element here. So this is going to be interesting. Interesting. This one's going to be tricky. So the idea here is these methods, we want to reserve these for the client telling us explicitly that that's what they want to do. Oh, wait. So I guess we have options. We have options here. What if we added a property to it that's just a Boolean? Like, right? That might work. How does everybody feel about that? What if we just added a Boolean to this that says, hey, yo, do not update the config? I think that would be okay. You know what? I think we should just do that. It's probably the cleanest place to do this. So we would say, you know, like, hey, the volume's this. Update config. Cool. Can we set default values? Or is Rust explicit where we have to supply every value? Rust default function arguments. Let's see. Okay, so there isn't presently a way to do defaults. That's fine. That's fine. Is there function overloading with Rust? I don't even know. Rust function overload. Okay, so it looks like there's like traits and stuff to do that. I don't want to go through all that. You could put an option as parameter and use unwrap or. Well, I think it's okay to just explicitly say this here. That's fine. All right. I mean, we're gonna have to update it in a few places, but. Oops. Okay. So that's that. We're gonna have to update all of the places that it's broken now. So. Wrong one. What do we have? 274. All right. Wait, that's not right. Oh, that's in our mixer mod. That's fine. That's fine. Okay. Here's where we need to update config. Cool. Okay. Ah. I don't know what key I keep hitting by accident to do that. Okay. What am I missing? One down. We still need to also fix input fake, and we need to also do input test. Okay. Oh. Update config. Bool. Okay. I'm not terribly excited about the API that this provides like this, but I think the alternative to it is quite sloppy, where we have to start there's elements that this object, for lack of a better word, own, right? It kind of owns its own elements in the pipeline. And so the idea of taking this thing that is supposed to be communicating with the external API of this type and then making it go inside of it and start modifying stuff behind it, the idea of that seems a lot kind of scarier to me than adding this flag here. So now we're gonna have a few places to fix it. Just the places that call this, we should be left with, because I think we fixed it everywhere. Then we need to go through and actually make it, you know, honor that flag. So mixer mod.
Interesting, sir. It appears we have a new follower.
Exact. Thanks so much for the follow. Okay, so here, false, false. 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 Okay, so I guess in all of these, we want this to be false, right? We still need to handle that error too, right? So let me do. We don't want this unwrap. We want to try to remove everywhere in our code that we might get a panic. Okay, so I think we still have. It should only be here, right? Input mod. Did we not fix it? Input mod. Set alpha. Oh, right. Because we have all of these calls here, right? So this is, we're able to actually set methods on an enum. So that's all we're doing here is we're allowing you to work with the enum kind of like an interface. So we need to pass these along. Update config. Okay. Ah, I can't type. What I'm curious about is when I get the new keyboard, how that's gonna work out for me, both in the fact of the layout of the keys, as well as being a split keyboard. I'm kind of seriously debating on switching to Dvorak, like while I'm at it, because it's already going to be a pain, like trying to retrain myself how to type. Okay, is that it? Did we fix them all? No, that one. Oh yeah, and I have no idea what I did here. Okay. I was kind of hoping to hear back from trying to get resource quotas. Okay. What's breaking now? Set alpha. Oh, right. So this is in the input or the HTTP update logic. So HTTP input. So we have the same problems here, right? Where is it? Where are you? Update. Here we go. So here we go. So here we want true, right? Because at this point, this is an HTTP request that came in, and the user explicitly said that they they want this to be updated. So here, what are you doing? Okay. JT, how's it going? Okay, what do we have here? Okay, so this is just because we're not using them yet. That's fine. So we totally expect that. Oh, we're gonna have it in all of our inputs, aren't we? Ah, crap. Okay, so let's just update our other ones first. So input fake. This one we're not using them for anything, so we're just gonna update config. We're gonna replace it everywhere with underscore update config. That'll get rid of those warnings. Too long didn't. Oh, okay. You're talking about for optional arguments. Okay, and then we want to do the same thing for test. Okay. So that should get rid of all of our warnings except for here in URI, which is fine because we actually want to implement these things here. So we're going to start with volume. So I guess we just really need to do an if update config. Okay. Oh, is that everybody? Yep. Okay. Do we miss one? Oh, no. This is us down here. Those are old errors. Okay. So in theory now, we should... That bug should be fixed. RTMP switcher, yep. And the interesting thing here is I kind of feel like it needs a new name, right? Because like the initial goal here was to just switch on RTMP. But now it's so much more than that, right? So... because we can do videos and all kinds of things. We'll probably layer in WebRTC at some point. We're doing like picture-in-picture. So this is kind of... so RTMP is real-time messaging protocol. So that it basically just allows us to... if you're familiar with like what a production switcher is what they usually call it. Like a production switcher or a production video switcher, which allows you to have like, say, like multiple HDMI and SDI inputs. And then you're like switching to camera 1, switching to camera 2 while you're sending out. So the RTMP switcher is basically the same thing, where we have some number of outputs and some number of inputs, and we're mixing them together, doing picture-in-picture, swapping between which one is live, all of those things, except instead of like hardwired HDMI or SDI, we're now doing this all with like virtual signals, videos, real-time messaging real-time messaging protocol, things like that. But to give you an idea of what you do with real-time messaging protocol, that is exactly what everybody uses to get you live. So if you're live streaming to Twitch, Facebook, YouTube, any of those things, the protocol that's being used to transfer your feed to their servers is all RTMP. So that's what's coming out of OBS. So yeah, I need some help from the audience. We need to come up with a better name for this. I mean, like, we could probably call it like a virtual switcher or something, but it'd be cool to like come up with like an actual name for it. I know what Rust and Docker is. What's GStreamer? So GStreamer is the video processing library that is being used under the hood. So libav, which is what FFmpeg uses, is one of the big ones, and GStreamer is the other. So GStreamer allows us to create pipelines. Yeah, it's really interesting. We need images though. So GStreamer allows us to create like kind of pipelines for how the video flows through. Well, why am I showing you this? We have the one for our own thing. So it basically allows you to, you know, split the audio and video and then send the video signal through this thing and the audio signal through this thing and then mux them back together. So it's a good way to kind of like conceptualize how your signal flow is working. Whoa, whoa, whoa. I'm on the cloud. I'm on the infrastructure side of IT, but moving into cloud, and in doing so, going to start learning Python as my first language come January. Oh, awesome, awesome, awesome. Yeah, I went the other route. Well, I mean, I did some system administration in like my early days of programming, back when like you got hired as a programmer, but what that really meant was you were a programmer, web designer, tech support for you know, everybody. You fixed printer jams, you were a database administrator, you did everything. Oh wait, the telephone system isn't working, you're promoted. Today you also are the telephone engineer. Okay, so I think we fixed this. I think so let's commit this, because this is going to be kind of like a big wild commit. Setting configuration on inputs should be explicit. We need to differentiate between the mixer temporarily changing one of these values for making other inputs active, etc. We probably should have done this in editor, but and the user explicitly requesting a change to one of these parameters. Okay. Got. Okay. I had to get into an analog phone system at a golf course we serviced at an MSP I worked at. Was terrible. Yeah, I did a bunch of telephony stuff early in my career. Even got to a point where I built some IVRs, the integrated voice response systems, where you call them and do stuff. I also worked for a startup where I helped build a system that basically would call customer support for you and wait on hold for you, and then when they picked up, it would try to recognize that they picked up and then call you and connect the two. This was before, you know, most of the systems gave you the option of like, if you'd like a call back, press whatever. Especially when a white label and someone else takes care of the back end. Yeah. Okay, so that solves that problem. I guess we should go back to looking up and handling unwraps here, right? So this is an unwrap or. So I feel like that's probably good. Whoa. Okay, so we're already messing with the mixer here. So I guess let's start there. Go away. Unwrap. So this one we don't have to worry about. Oh, okay. So yeah, we put the to do here. So really, I don't even know what are we gonna do here. Oh, okay. Wait. So there's a second part of this problem. So the second part of this problem is it is quite likely when you create your input. Let's just use URI as an example. When you create your input, the Z order, we may not, wait a second. Oh, I already thought of it. Yes. Okay, never mind. We don't need to solve this problem then. So the initial problem is when you created the input, if you didn't give it a Z order, then the compositor is automatically just going to increment whatever the highest one it has is, so that your new thing ends up on top. So the issue here was when we were trying to restore you back to what your configured value is, what if you hadn't supplied a configured value? It was whatever the compositor decided it should be. That wouldn't be it. So I did think of that. So what we did here is after we linked you, we actually go to your pad and figure out what the Z order is and then store that on the config so that you'll just go back to wherever that is. So we should probably document this just so this isn't confusing. So if we add an element, we add an input, and do not supply its Z order, the compositor will set the Z order to, will increment its highest Z order and use that for this pad. We need to determine what that Z order is and store it to the config so that if the mixer needs to temporarily change the Z order, it is able to restore it back to its original state. Okay. I think that's descriptive enough so that we kind of understand why we're doing all of this. Okay. So that would mean this unwrap is safe, right? Because even if you never sent us one, we end up setting it. Okay, so this is safe. There's never going to be a case where this is none. However, I do feel like we should probably do like an unwrap or something here and default it. So what would be a sane default for this? I mean, we could say 0. Well, actually, what does this take? It does take a U32. Well, no. Okay, so this... what do we want to do here? What do we want to do here? Because 0 is going to put it all the way down at the bottom. And I mean, I guess that's okay because this should never happen. But I don't like magic numbers, right? So if somebody came in here to modify this code... If somebody came in here to modify this code, they would want to understand why this is the case. Z order should never be empty. We default it in the config. So I'm going to leave that comment here. So at least, you know, it might be understandable why I'm defaulting. Okay, so we added all these to-dos here, and we actually don't need those anymore because this solves all of our problems. Okay. Rockstar, what's going on? Oh, wait, I gotta do it. Teammate.
Someone finds you interesting, sir. It appears we have a new follower.
Undefined, how's it going? Welcome. Thanks for the follow. Okay, I have like 45 minutes to play video games right now, but I wanted to say hi. Oh, so video games are more important? I see the priorities here. I don't think I will be touching anything entertaining for like at least a month. I gotta get through GopherCon. Okay. So what's next? Output mod. Searching for unwrap. Okay, so what do we have going on here? So this should really be like an okay or. Yeah, so we want an okay or error. Am I not including anything in here for errors? I guess not. Okay. So we need to... Wait, where are we? We're in output. So I guess it would be use, create, mixer, error. Okay. So we need this. I'm going to use this. I'm going to say as mixer error here because I don't know exactly what we're going to do here, but I think it would be a lot more clear if we use that. Okay, so what we want to do here now is this can return back an option. So we're going to return back a mixer error not found. Wait a second. I think I actually did this mixer error not found thing wrong earlier because I think what I really want here is to say static pad, right? Let's open up that error thing. What's the output of that? Error for not found. A blank with name was not found. Okay. So I was actually wrong there. Crap. Where did I do all of that in? Ah. So I did all of this. Oh, we haven't ran tests in a while either. Wait a second. Here we go. Oh, it's in mixer mod. So we're already in there. So this should really be static pad with toString with the name sync is not found. Something like that. So we need to do all of the let mixer names. Wait, where am I? Nope, okay. So mixer mod, we messed this up. Mixer name. This is actually not what we want here. This should be mixer, right? So we went through all of that for nothing. I think I understand that problem that we had. Wait, what did I break here? There we go. Is that all of them? Okay. Now back to fixing our original issue. And that was, no, not here. It was in this one. There we go. Okay, so why is that erroring? Oh, because there's no toString on it. toString. Okay. What are you using, Airline or Powerline? This is Airline. And I am open to any and all suggestions on environment configuration, because I will admit that I have been kind of stagnant in paying attention to things that have changed in this environment. So most of my setup and everything is just based off of something that got set up years ago, and now I just keep doing it that way for the sake of doing it that way. Okay, so here we also want an OK or. And this would be a mixer error. I feel like not found is not the right thing. I feel like I should just do this. Like do GStreamer and say could not retrieve peer pad for sync element. I feel like this is probably the better thing to do here, right? Same thing for here, because not found is really used for other stuff. So I'm gonna do that, and we're gonna say failed to get static sync pad for element. Okay. Now what are you complaining about? Oh. toString. And now we still have this. So okay, or And this would be the same thing. Mixer error GStreamer failed to get parent element for peer pad to string. I don't know whether we can do this dot right after that. Do we have to assign it somewhere? I think we might. Wait. Do we miss a closing parenthesis? We did. Okay. Can you suggest a good resource to learn Docker? There's a tutorial on their site, I think, isn't there? Yeah, so they've got this 101 tutorial. That's probably the best place to start with container stuff. I'm trying to think of like where you would advance. There's also like a play with Docker, which is pretty cool too. Docker kind of acquired them, but that's a cool project to play with. Tomorrow, actually, from probably 12:30 to, I don't know, however many hours we go, a coworker and I are going to be on stream doing like a containers and Kubernetes, like ask me anything. So if you want to swing by tomorrow, we can answer any and all questions, like especially if you've like went through some of the stuff in the tutorial. I would recommend maybe try and do that. Go through like some of the exercises today or tonight, and then come with your questions, like things that confused you, and we can totally walk through all of that. We can do a little bit about like how a container works internally and stuff like that. We can talk a bit about container orchestration and Kubernetes, when you would use them and stuff like that. Oh yeah, the Discord. So we set up a Discord for the Only Devs team too, so you should totally join the Discord. I'm going to do better about like if people are in the Discord letting everybody know when I'm going to be late, or if I'm going to be streaming extra days or things like that, answering follow-up questions about things that happened on stream. There's a bunch of like random channels for other stuff in there, and then there's a channel in there specifically for questions about my stream. Okay, so that's that. Unwrap. Is that all of them? Random question. I have Oh My ZSH and Starship on iTerm. I get a double tilde entry. Any clue? Interesting. That's somewhere in your PS1 line. Does it happen only when Starship is installed? I mean, because I don't even know where tilde would come from. It's not from Starship. So I feel like it's an Oh My ZSH thing. Started right after adding. Did you customize your prompt at all? Because this is the default Starship, and I don't get a tilde for anything. My guess is that whatever is adding that tilde is appending to the PS1, right? Yeah, so I think that's an Oh My ZSH. Look at that closely. Try to figure out where that's coming from, because what I think is probably happening is somebody's doing like a PS1 equals PS1 or something, right? Where it's actually appending it or something, and then that line is maybe being called more than once. But that's my thought, is that the tilde is probably being appended to the PS1 for some reason, and then however your configuration is set up, that line is probably being executed more than one time, like the file's included twice or something like that. That would be my guess as to how that's happening. Okay, so let's find some more panics to handle. Okay, we do an unwrap or this is all commented out code. So I guess the mixer would be next. I guess it would be better to just search this way, right? Oh, wait, that's not going to work. Bad regex. There we go. Okay. So I guess... Wait a second. Mixer mod. I'm still going to leave that there. So let's go to HTTP mixer and check out line 115. All right, so mixer.unwrap. Where is this coming from? Oh, interesting. Did we not fix all of this? Because we refactored some of the other ones, right? So HTTP input, right? Let's go in here. And so as an example, right, so we have like all this nice clean logic here. And this is like bleh. So we didn't finish all of this refactoring. Oh yeah. We never refactored this code. I refactored a whole bunch of code in the HTTP logic to clean up what this error handling looks like. So you see how this is all messed up. So we need to do that. We need to do that first. Did I fix it in output? Or is that still all ugly errors? No, that's all cleaned up. Okay. So it was just mixers that we missed. I was hovering your dot files that day and I thought, I thought why I shouldn't containerize my configs to make it installable. I'm not sure what you mean. I would like to watch that special video about special algorithm. What is this? Oh, it's spam. Okay. So the way my dot files actually work is there is like an old school Unix tool, and I love that I now see other people who have copied this. There is a tool called stow. There we go. And this was initially used to manage directories with like different versions of dependencies so that you could swap between them. And it basically creates symlinks. So the way mine is actually set up is if we cd into here, I have a .files directory. That is my Git. That is actually my Git layout. And I have all of my configs laid out into individual folders, right? So we could like look at i3, ls .files, i3, right? So there's all of that stuff. However, like as an example, there's nvim in there. But if we looked at .files nvim, you won't see it because it's a .file, but we have .config, right? So after this main category, this is exactly where it needs to go in my home directory. So what I do is just do a stow. I don't know, what do I not have installed? I think what's in Ruby? .files Ruby. Okay, here we go. So here's gemrc, right? I don't think I have a .gemrc. Oh, I do have it. Never mind. Okay, but anyway, if I had one of these in here, I would be able to just say stow -v. I don't know. Actually, here, this one isn't in there. I know this one isn't. .files conky. So there's a conky RC, right? Well, I don't have a dot conky RC in my thing. So, but I can do this. Stow dot files conky, right? Wait, oh, I have to cd in here. Stow conky. So now we can actually look inside of my home directory. Did I mess this up? Saying it already is pointing at. All right. So yeah, if we look at here, we can see it just symlinks. So basically all of my config directory, right? Let's look at nvim, right? Right, so all of my config is actually just symlinks into my .files directory. Well, I guess I don't have Ranger. So stow is a little smart too. So if the directory already exists, it might actually be. Oh, interesting. I guess I don't have it stowed. So the configs, there's no reason to containerize the configs. I would just put them in a Git repo. I don't know what Yadam and Chesmoy are. I'm not sure. For my .files, I ended up making up an install script. I just need to run source curl. Oh yeah, I mean, that would work too. But yeah, I mean, for me, it's just basically a Git pull. And then I just stow all of the individual things that I want. Because some of those things work on Linux, some of them only work on Mac. It allows me to kind of separate individual configs so that I can just install the config that I want. Okay, so we need to fix this. It's looking pretty ugly. So you can see here, like, we can see if we go to like a create. But anyway, so what we can actually do here is we can do a, we're going to get rid of all. So we're going to get rid of all of this. Okay. So what we really want to do, so we're already matching on this. So what we want is, if it's okay, we're basically recreating this logic, right? So yeah, so here. It's basically what we want, right? We want to say the mixer was created. We're going to return back a status code of created. Otherwise, is this the final thing? That needs to be not commented. Okay, so yeah, so that should work. And we're just going to delete all of this here. And there we go. Oh, they're both kind of like this. Yeah, so that's sort of the thing, right? Like, I'm slightly old school in a way where if you know, I find an old Linux tool that I've used for other things and I use it, and then I just, oh, we didn't import all this, right? Ugh, we need to fix all of this too. All right, so here's error message response. Okay, error JSON result. We also need to change our return type for this function too. So all of these are going to actually start returning a JSON result. Same thing for here. You are going to return a JSON result. You are also going to take a return JSON result. Okay. JSON result. Okay. So that's that. We're gonna fix all this too because I don't like it. Now that somebody showed me the way, we can also put this here, right? Saturday. Wait. All right. Cleaning up import paths. All right. Whoa, Vim just locked up on me. Why? Interesting. I think I may have found a bug. We may have. I think we're gonna have to kill NeoVim. Oops. Wait. So we want HTTP mixer. HTTP mixer. Okay. Chesmoy, both are kind of like this. I certainly understand that. Understand what? Oh, the Linux tool things. Gotcha. Yeah, right. Did it again. Join and first thing I see is NVIM locking up. Yeah, so it happened again. Where is Tej when we need him? Okay, so let's try this. Oh wait, I actually... but this one needs to be fixed too. Result. GST create element. Okay, you go away. Save. And audio config. Video config. Okay. What are you complaining about now? Okay, it was just like a leftover error. Okay. So now we need to fix HTTP mixer. And now we're going to do this in sections because apparently it does not like me. Okay. Okay. All right. They're gonna work. They're gonna work. Hold on. Re-export a private result. I broke some stuff. What did I break? Let's start here. All right, so unexpected token on mixer line 9. Oh, well that's that, right? Okay, that's an easy fix. After it's done compiling, we'll see. All right, so we need to fix this one. Re-export a private result. Oh. So this is a visibility thing, right? So on mixer mod, we have pub use, but really we just want use, right? None of these, we're not actually trying to expose these to other crates that import us, or other modules that import us. So I probably need to look at other, I bet you I've used pub use in other places that I really shouldn't. Private enum import. Oh, right. Okay, so we do want to do it for error. That one we are using outside of this module. That should mostly fix our issues. Okay, right. And these are unused right now. We'll worry about those in a second. This is the middle of our refactor anyway. So infallible we're not going to use anymore because we are now replacing that with basically JSON result. Okay, so we made that one prettier. Now let's get rid of these gnarly messes. Okay, so, and let's fix pretzel rocks. We're gonna play. There we go. Okay. So, what are we doing here? So, we try to get the mixer. If we have a mixer, then we're assembling all of this. Okay, so this is mostly okay, except we could probably just put this on the same line. We don't technically have to bind it to anything. So let's do that. And then we still need to assemble this, but what we could probably do is just use a literal here. Wait, what am I doing? What did I just do? Okay. So now we're going to take this literal here, and we're going to just change to here. Okay. We have this OK function, and we're just going to pass this literal in there. And then it needs a status code. Okay. I think. Or is that... Nope, it just takes an item, so we don't take a status code. It just assumes a 200. Okay. There we go. So, but that's going to turn into JSON. This is probably erroring because they're not the same type. So what we need to do now is we're going to... Oops. Okay. Okay, so here we go. So now we're going to do error. No, that's just an error. So we're going to do error message. And the message is going to be mixer not found. Okay. Nope, we have an error. Which one is this? This is on like 52 and 59. Let's find those. Okay, so expected enum standard result found unit struct. Help. Oh, oops. So this is my mistake. Because this value is not actually returned up into the match. And if it's not returned up into the match, then this expression is not the last statement. So removing that is what we want. But we still have an error here, and that's probably because this needs to be a string. That would be my guess. But we could look at the compiler output. Nope. Okay. So what is our other error? Error message not found in this scope. Oh, right, because we just have a generic message response, right? So this is message response, and then it needs a status code, and we're gonna give that a not found. Okay. Problem solved. Next. Okay, maybe not. The line of code that just does not want to work. Oh, it does want an answer. Okay. So now we can do a similar thing here, right? But we need the mixer after the fact, right? So what we really want to do is we're going to change this to a match statement. We're going to match on this. And if it's okay, we're just going to return that. If it is none, here we need to return a message response, and we're going to say mixer not found. Okay. So why is that an error? Okay. So then we don't really need all of this. That can go away. That gets rid of this unwrap. Then we should be okay. Well, I guess we gotta figure out what that is. 64. Expected enum standard option found standard result. Does mixers get return back a result? Oh, some. Oops. It returns an option, but okay is a variant of a result, not an option. Okay, so that fixes that. So now we just need to figure out this one. Uh-oh. So I think we probably need to change this back. Ooh, how are we going to fix this one? This one's going to be slightly on the complicated side. This one's pretty easy, right? So we would just do okay and give it and mixers. And that's fully implemented using all of our new logic. So this one's going to be the tricky one because I think it's in our HTTP mod. So our OK function has this with status. So it's not a JSON result though. What was this before? Get, oh, not you. Code switcher. Okay, get status. What did you used to return? Were you just infallible? Okay, so it was just a warp reply response. Okay. So let's see what we can do here. I mean, one option would be to try to change this back, right? That would be one option. But does this case catch it? What line are we on? Like 70 days. Okay. Well, I know that's not found in there. Found struct. Warp HTTP response. Oh, how are we gonna do this? How are we gonna do this? So that always turns that to JSON, which is not what we want. So we have to figure this out because we have two options here, right? So like, in one case, we could be returning back like a JSON response and not SVG data. And in the other case, we're returning back this. So this is a completely different type. So that's sort of the issue we have right now is conflicting types. Maybe that's why I left that one alone before. No, because I also didn't implement these ones. So that's not true. How do we want to implement this? Because this is going to return back and a warp response, right? Okay. Crap. All right. So we do need to import infallible though. Is it just here? I think it's just at this level. Infallible. Infallible. I don't know. Words are hard. Nope. It's in standard convert. Okay, convert infallible. There we go. For some reason I thought it was a part of warp. It is not a part of warp. Okay, so there's that. So this is gonna complain because it's not that type, right? Expected struct warp HTTP response found warp reply with status. Okay, right? So what happens here is though we turn this. Can I just do a into response? Into response, right? Wait, what is this return? Ah, no. I hate when I accidentally hit caps lock and then things just start going haywire and it takes me a second to realize what's going on. So message response gives us a JSON result. Louise, how's it going? Okay, so JSON result. Okay, so we would need to do an OK, or I mean, I guess an unwrap, right? And then we should be able to do this. No. Expected enum standard result found struct warp response. Oh, right. Because we would need to wrap this, right? So this would be like an okay. This is just a really weird way to do this. I mean, I think I'd be better off just doing this, right? I think, like, this is just weird to see it that way. I think it would just be better off to just do this, right? Mixer not found. Okay. Because that's just... bleh. I don't like that at all. Okay. Maybe not. Use of undeclared type or module reply. Okay, so we just have to get the warp. Wait, reply is in there. So we implement... Wait a second. Oh, okay, I gotcha. Because inside of here, we are implementing... We're just getting reply. Okay, that's the difference. Okay, so we need to implement... We need to do this, reply. Method not found, warp. It's the bug, or well, it's not a bug. Line 70. That's because this actually needs to be a response. Wait. No. It's doing it with header. And we've got with status, right? Yeah, so we should be able to do an into response. Is that not a thing on here? Crap. Here I was thinking we found the solution. We did not find the solution. Code looks like it's rusted. Yep. Wait, did my bot crash? Oh, duh. It's sound spaghetti.
Would you like me to look up a recipe for a light bolognese sauce? It should pair quite nicely with your spaghetti code.
So with status returns back a with status. Does that not have? So with header has an into response on it? But with status does not? That doesn't make any sense to me. I feel like let's look up the docs for this. I guess docs.rs. Warp. So I am interested in reply. What were our two types? So we have with reply with status and with headers. Okay. So we got with header and with status. Okay. So response. So there must be there's a trait somewhere that must implement this, right? Oh crap. Docs.rs. Warp. Alright, I want to look for into response. So a warp reply has an into response. Wait, so with status and with header both have it. I'm confused. I'm really confused now. So a warp reply with status has an into response. This is a warp reply with status. So why? The method is available for standard box. So if we put it in a box, we get it? That doesn't make any sense.
Can you dig it?
Wait a second. On 95, it's also failing? So it's also failing here, which is interesting because this worked, right? Oh no, wait, no. Yeah, look, so it's always existed here. This did a with status, that was an into response. And this is the same as it's always been. So why all of a sudden did it start doing that? Is there like an import we're missing or something for a trait? All right, let's see what we have. So we're still doing status code. We're doing reply. It's not inside the OK, right? So this is on the with header. And here, same thing, right? So the OK is wrapping it. So I feel like I'm missing like some prelude or something that implements that, because this has always existed. Like we can see, so this function. Yeah, so we can see in this function, like all this logic down here is exactly the same as it's always been, but it's currently erroring on us, telling us that that method doesn't exist. So why? Okay, so here we go. So how items from traits can only be used if it's in the following trait is implemented but not in scope. Perhaps add a use for it. Okay, so that's our issue. We need a warp reply. Yep, okay. Those things can be kind of weird when they crop up. I have to pay, I guess I have to pay better attention to the error message. Okay. So there we go. So this is all refactored now, I think. Do we have any like unwraps in here that we don't want? We do have this one coming from here. So what do we want to do here? I guess we're gonna have to do this. So we don't have different types, right? Well, I guess let's do this. So output dot standard out dot, right? Okay, so oh no, it's from UTF-8. So we should be able to do a dot standard out here, right? And then we could do the string from UTF-8. So that's the thing that's going to fail. Okay. So we would basically have something like this. And then here we could say unwrap or from UTF-8 lossy. Okay, from UTF lossy. And so there we don't unwrap it. Unknown field. Oh, because from UTF-8 lossy will replace any invalid UTF-8 sequences with your replacement character, which looks like this from docs. Okay, I mean that's fine for this use case. Oh, so that expects. But this is where we can do like that collect thing, right? I know there's a way to do this, and I always forget how to do it because it's so few and far between. I know that there's a way to like make this into the type of collection you want. Oh, so if we borrow it, it automatically turns it into that? Really? Borrowed value does not live long enough. I know that like I've done this before in little exercises, like Because it would just be like this, right? All right. We're going to cheat. We're going to look it up. Rust convert vector to array. I know that I've done this before. No, this is like somebody manually doing it. That's not what we want. All right. One day I will remember how to do these things and I won't have to look up basic stuff. Let's be real, that probably will never happen. Nope, that's not what we want. Well, what? Okay, oh wait, we have as slice, right? Okay, almost at it. It's the same thing. Borrowed value does not live long enough. So is this one of those things where if I do this, oops, let standard out equal. I'm still not 100% sure why that works sometimes too. Oops. Okay. Requires that output is borrowed. So this. No, that's not right. Let's read that error again. It's because of copy on write. Clone the resulting string. Well, it's a slice, right? Or are you talking about cloning standard out? Like this? It returns a copy on write. I feel like this might be, I feel like this might just be more confusing than what we were doing before. So like standard, we could just do like standard out equals string from UTF 8. Clone what? That's what I guess that's what I'm confused about. What am I cloning? Well, the error is up here though, right? It's telling me here that this does not live long enough. Do I need to clone this? Clone output? So I sort of get what it's saying, right? That this value we're handed back. The error is because the returning type is a copy on write linked to that lifetime. But I guess that's what I don't understand here, is that why is the error up here? So you're saying I need to clone this? But I mean, that's still the same problem though, right? I guess I'm not sure what the issue is here. I would move the copy and write outside, clone it, and send the clone in the OK. Stupid pretzel rocks. Okay. So what you're suggesting is we take this, we move this out, and we're saying output. Output. So you're saying we do this. But we still, that still gives us the error here, right? So it's something to do with the way we're calling standard out. Can we do like a to owned on it and then do an as slice? No. Nope. Wait, what are you doing into the into owned? Okay, let's see. Interesting. So what I'm trying to understand is why that's a thing. So I mean, we could just do this too. Output dot standard out dot as slice, right? We could put all that in here. So why is that? Oh, it's the same thing. Okay, so still the same issue. Okay, that makes sense. I guess I don't understand why the error was occurring on the line that we were messing with this and not this line. Okay. So that's there. What else do we have for unwraps? This one we're going to ignore. That's an unwrap or. So output auto. Output auto. And unwrap. Okay. So this is the same thing, right? What do we do with the other ones? I think, didn't we just do this? Okay, ugh. All right. This one's not good. What do we want to do here? Well, we kind of know that this is here. So it is safe. It told you this piece of data that you are borrowing is not living long enough. Okay. All right, so how do I want to handle this? And why is the as reference here? Oh, wait. So is this because we would transfer ownership, right? So we could do like a if let some pipeline equal, right? Then we could remove this unwrap, delete all that, come down here, and then say pipeline remove. Oh, wait, but we would need to also wrap this, right? Okay. That should be functionally equivalent, right? And now we don't have an unwrap. All right, I'm going to copy that because I think we're going to end up using it in other places too, right? Yep, so same thing in this output auto. Wait, no, that's where we're at now. 120. Oh, that's from the last time we searched. Yep, so output RTMP, unwrap. Okay, that's fine. These are unwrap ors. Okay, so here's the same thing. Output auto. There we go. There we go. Okay. I believe you can also put and then to be more functional, but that's good too. Oh, ignore that. Okay. Unwrap. Okay, that's that. Slowly getting rid of unwraps. Source input test. Input test. I don't even know why I put these in here because it might have been before we were handling the result types. Okay. So same thing. Okay. Oops. Oops. Okay. There we go. Unwrap. Any more? Okay, so this is a similar thing. Okay, so this one. So we could just do here an OK or. So this would return no. Because this needs to take a pad, so crap. Well, I guess we could do an OK or mixer. So, oops. Okay. So we also need to use crate mixer error as mixer error. Okay. Ah, what did I just do? Use. Great. Great. Mixer error as mixer error. Okay. Now I can't remember where we were changing that. Okay, here. Right. Okay. It was just okay or we were trying to replace. So now we can just return back a mixer error GStreamer, and we're just going to pass it a string. Okay, and then we should be able to do this, I think. Okay, and oh, not GST pool, GStreamer. Okay, and we are going to say failed to get static source pad. To string. Okay. I think that's good. What else do we have? It's interesting how these like reorder themselves. Oh, we have a lot of these to fix. Ouch. Ouch. Okay. But we need to do it because I want to try to remove any possibility of the of the application crashing. So we want to recover from them as best as possible and just return HTTP errors. We also need significantly better logging. Okay, input URI, input URI. Unwrap, that's all we need for that one. So this one's going to be similar. We're going to say, ooh, so this one is interesting. Interesting. So this is happening in a thread. Wait, no it's not. No it's not. This one is not. Wait. Yes. This unwrap is. I just missed where it started. So this, we're basically setting up a callback for when pads are discovered on whatever our new input is. So we can't return back a result type here. So we have to figure out what we want to do. What does this return? Where is it? So it's just a closure, so it doesn't return anything. So what I think we probably want to do here is do something like dot unwrap or what do we want to do here? Because we can't do, like, if we did something like this, right? Like, let's just spike it out, right? Like, let's say mix, I guess we need to import. I guess we're doing mixer there. All right, so we could do, we could say mixer error, right? And then do like a GStreamer, failed to get static source pad for input, right? So we could do something like this: to string, and then this would return back a result type that we would normally do this like question mark thing with. However, that's not going to work. Did I miss? I missed one. Okay. So this isn't going to work because we can't return back this result type just because of the nature of this like closure thing that we're doing. Okay. Yeah. So we are in a situation where what do? Right? So I think what we're going to have to do here is maybe do like a dot, or wait. Whoa, what am I doing? Is maybe come back here and do like a match here. And then if we have some, we can return back the pad. If we have none, then what we probably want to do is just return. And this would return us from the closure. What we probably want to do is at least log it, right? I don't know how we return from a closure. Can we make the closure return back a result? Oops. Is that possible? Alright, well, so I just backed out all of my changes. Because I'd prefer to do that. How do I make the closure return back a type? Do I put it here? So who handles this though, right? Does that work? Really? But I mean, the errors would effectively be swallowed, wouldn't they? So, but I'd have no way of getting the errors though, right? This is interesting for sure, but I'd be stuck in a state though where you can propagate them or handle them in that same function. Oh, wait. So I could basically do something like this, right? I could get the result of that closure. Is that how that would work? I don't even know how this propagates. Oh, right. Wait. Is this, yeah, this is running in a separate thread, right? I'm just trying to understand, like, who's handling this logic? It would be this function, right? This function would be responsible for doing something with that result, right? Like, in this code right here, at what point is this question mark evaluated? Is that evaluated when this function is ran or when the closure is run? Right, source connect will, but it's lazy evaluated, right? So I don't know at what point this closure is going to be run. Source is responsible for that. And more than likely it's going to happen in another thread, right? So I know that what's inside of here, I know that that is lazily evaluated, right? But at what point does this question mark get run? Is that part of the lazy evaluation of this? Like, who's propagating the error? That's kind of really interesting, though. I don't know if we need to do that, though, right? Yeah, and I can put that back. I'm trying to understand like where the error handling logic is, because I want to make sure that I can handle the errors that are returned back from it. Oh, right, because this is like... I mean, I suppose it's just as easily done this way, though, right? So where's the unwrap? So my thought was just to basically do a match here, right? And then here, right, we can say if there's some pad, return pad, right? If there's none, then we log. Do I have the log in here? So, all right, now I'm slightly confused because I swore we introduced debugging. Yeah, which is weird because we implemented logging somewhere using tracing. Rust tracing. Oh, it's 0.2 now? What do you mean? Am I using the wrong version of it? Cargo.toml. Should I be upgrading that? Oh. Candidate version found. So, yeah, no, it's not O2 yet. Okay. So I just need an example here. So this is all the spans and stuff. So I should be able to just import tracing, right? Use tracing, right? Then I should be able to do tracing warn. I guess that would be it. Failed to fetch static source pad for video. And then I guess the other thing we want to do is we probably want to say input. Do we know the name of the input here? I guess we could move it in, right? So we could say let input name equal config dot name. And then here we could say input equals input name. That, I think. The trait tracing value is not implemented for standard string. Wait, what? Why does that not work? Expected struct found. Oh, right, because this removed the freaking parentheses on me. I knew what I meant. Warn. And then we want to return. Right. Okay. So this is still going to error. The tracing value is not implemented for standard string. This import is redundant. Why is it redundant? Okay, so that's fixed. So I'm trying to understand what this means. Why can we not use a string there? Right, because in theory we're supposed to be able to put any arbitrary value here, right? So why not a string? I mean, there's an answer there, so can we do this? Oops. No. So it's still saying it's not implemented for standard string. Did I put something in the wrong order? Wait a second. So they're doing the same thing though, right? So this is my first like foray into using this logging library, but we should really use it a lot more. So I don't understand, what is it? All right, let's delete this and see whether it'll just give me the error. Okay, so it'll do that. So it is definitely something to do with this. However, I don't get, because if we did an as stir here, right? That's not a string. But why does it still say standard string? Well, so this is a tagged logger, right? So we're supposed to be able to like supply. Yeah, see, they do this, right? So let's copy this. All right. So we just need to do a tracing, right? Ah. So why does theirs work? Right? What is the difference between theirs and ours? They've got an and string, a string literal here, and they're using a string literal here. But isn't that the same thing as what this is? It didn't fail. Oh, maybe it did fail. Right, because up here, we didn't clone it, right? What we really want is a clone of this. And what's the warning there? Input name. Oh, right, because... So, what's the difference between these? Because they appear to be the same thing to me. I mean, let's make it a debug just to, you know, switch things up a little bit. Well, I mean, I guess we could say input equals here, right? And then they would be kind of equivalent, right? So I don't understand. And the part that confuses me the most is saying it's not implemented for standard string. Wait, because this is a borrowed string. Gotcha. Okay, so this is because that deref trait, right? So some things implement the deref trait so that when I use this, it means something different, right? So that's sort of the confusion right there. When I do that on a string, I'm actually getting a borrowed string instead of that. Okay. Okay. So, but I mean, I think that this is okay, right? Like, we bail from it early, right? And we can copy that here, right? All right, so we would just do the same thing here, right? Sum, pad, none. Then we're gonna do the same exact thing. Okay, so this is fetch peer. I don't know whether fetch is the right word. Retrieve. Fail to retrieve peer pad. Let's just say compositor pad for video. Okay, so we return that back there.
Good day to you, madam.
And here we're just ignoring the errors that are returned. And I think that's acceptable. All right, what else do we have for unwraps? Ouch, why are we using so many unwraps here? Did you set the subscriber to see the logs? I believe we did that in the switcher, right? Subscriber. So there's a format one. Is that what you mean? Okay, so here we're gonna have to do something similar, right? That's a whole lot of unwraps. This seems like one, but I mean the closure though wouldn't return from the function, right? Because if I did like a return here, that wouldn't work. Oh, you mean we basically keep going in the closure, right? You're saying that I would say, and then pad p.get peer, right? Dot, and then
Good day to you, madam.
right, and then it would be the get property zero order. Wait, but I mean, hold on a second. Oh, we're in a different function. We don't need to do all that and then stuff, right? We could just do a why wouldn't we just do an okay or and then right? And then we could say mixer error GStreamer failed to retrieve source pad for video queue to string. Right? So we could just do this. And then we could do the same thing, right? Then this would be a failed to retrieve peer pad for a video queue, right? And that should be fine. Okay, so and this is the same thing that we did before, right? So we'll just use this one. Output auto, right? This is effectively what we want to do, right? Okay. Oh, I didn't consider I had to return early. Okay, so all of these are basically going to be the same thing, right? And we actually did this in another one, didn't we? We just did this somewhere. Because what we should really do here is we could do an okay or and do the same thing. We could say mixer error GStreamer, and we can say failed to retrieve source pad. I don't know. We might have to come back and like improve the error messaging or something. Maybe that's not what we want. What did I mess up? Expected structure string. Oh. That's easy to solve. To string. Okay. So we should be able to just kind of copy this, right? And paste it below. There we go. Nope. Right. All right. Okay. Ah, what did I do? Okay. So that's alpha. That's the last one. Okay. We're getting there. These ones are all fine. So, oh, we're missing one in URI. How do we miss one? 188. Where are you? You're gonna die. Ooh. Yeah, so we're gonna have to do something similar to this, right? Because this is inside of our callback that's called when we get the input. So we are going to have to do something like this. So we're going to call it timestamp, and then all right, so we're going to match on that. Okay. And then I guess here we would have to do the as, right? Because this is going to return back what? Right. Yeah, imagine you have a date before the evoc, yeah. Alright, so this is time now. Dot duration since. Okay, so this is the point where we need to unback. So we're going to say timestamp here, just to make sense. Timestamp here. Okay, so this should be a timestamp. Maybe we should do this as millis, right? What am I missing here? Return type is not. Wait, where are we at in here? Oh, we're not in the closure. Right? We're not in the closure. That's okay. We don't need all this. I thought we were still in the closure. We're not. So here we could just do an okay or and say mixer error. Oh wait, no. Mixer error GStreamer. Oh, this isn't a GStreamer. This is a maybe we just return back a unknown here. Alright, map error. Well, no, because that replace. Wait a second, hold on. What does this return? It returns back a result. So why can't we just do that? Okay, because we can't convert it. So I get what you're saying. So here we need a map error. And then, I don't know, we'll just say mixer error. Unknown for now. Oh, we don't need that. Well, no. Because we still need to return it, right? Oh, because it gets a closure. It gets a closure. A quick to do for changing the error type. Yeah, yeah. Well, I mean, I suppose we could do that now, right? Error. So we just don't have a valid error here. So maybe we just need, like a generic error. I don't know, generic. Just call it error. Like maybe just something like this. Alright, what are we complaining about? Holy crap. Alright, so we broke something with our error logic. So does it... Oh, because of this? Oh, because we need 0 here, right? Okay. So, well now we can take the error here and we can just do an error, generic error here, and we can pass in whatever that is. I don't know what that is. So, or maybe not. I mean, I kind of want to. What do we want to? I don't like that that's called. I wish we probably unknown would have been a good one there. Maybe we can just use system. I don't know, because we're trying to get it from here, so let's just call it system. Oh, it's a mixer error system. Okay. But we still have an error there. So what are you complaining about now? Oh. Okay. Now it's fixed.
Intruder alert. An unauthorized connection has been detected.
Primogen, welcome. Thanks so much for the raid, man. Appreciate that. Welcome, Raiders. So we are currently doing some Rust. I am trying to go through and clean up some of the code that I wrote with lots of really bad habits, like using unwrap. And so we're currently going through and trying to clean up a bunch of that stuff so that we don't, so that our application doesn't panic. Look at that NeoVim. It is a very, very sexy NeoVim. Airline does all that stuff. Yeah, unwrap. I have tons and tons of unwraps in here. That's basically what we're doing now is grepping for unwrap and going and unwrapping things. So we've got a lot of new people here. So I will do, Airline will literally be the largest amount of CPU in Vim. Yeah, Rust Analyzer is trying to get up there too. You would recommend anything but Airline? I am open to recommendations. I've used Airline for just so many years that it just is. There's a lot about my programming environment setup that's just, I found it years ago, started using it, and I just never stopped using it. So anybody who has recommendations, I will take them. Yeah. Oh, Prime. So I get input lag all of the time. I did not realize that it was Airline doing that. So that's probably good motivation to use it. I didn't know what was causing that. It's Airline. Okay, Airline, you die tonight. You die tonight. We can do without Airline. So I guess for everybody who's new here, I'll give a brief rundown of what we are trying to do. So the project itself is an RTMP switcher. If you're not familiar with RTMP, that is the protocol that gets all of this feed to Twitch. And so what we want to be able to do is have individual people stream to these running instances of just an RTMP server. And then our switcher will be able to retrieve the feed from there and maintain like a linear feed out to one or more outputs. And we want to be able to hot swap out our outputs and inputs and kind of like transition between them. So it's like a virtual video switcher. And we also want to be able to like feed in videos, do picture in picture, all of that good stuff. So that's basically what we're doing in hopes of using it for GopherCon and for a site at Microsoft as well. So that's kind of the idea. We've got a rough working proof of concept. So right now we're trying to make it more productionalized.
Someone finds you interesting, sir.
Elite Teen, thanks for the follow. Manchi, thanks for the follow. So if anybody is not familiar with how video streaming works, I am happy to do a quick overview of kind of like how video works, how streaming works, all of those things. Sherman, Fortic, Bjorn, thanks so much for the follows, everybody. Oh, demo. Okay, we can do a demo. All right, so
Someone finds you interesting, sir. It appears we have a new follower.
Dusk, thanks for the follow. Uh-oh. Okay, we got to fix our error first, and then we can do a demo. Match system not covered. Okay, so we have an error variant that is not covered. Where is our... It's on HTTP mod. HTTP mod.
Someone finds you interesting,
okay.
Sir. It appears we have a new follower.
Oh, because we have a new error variant here, right? So here we're just going to do
may never cease. We have received a new subscriber, sir.
Marv, thanks for the sub. Okay, so this is a system one, and we're gonna do the same thing. We just want to return back a status code of internal server error. Okay. Are you gonna run now? Okay.
Someone finds you interesting, sir.
Rumble Tum Jum, thanks for the follow. Okay. So as soon as this builds, we'll do a demo and I'll show you this. So I'm going to turn to this machine over here, and all I'm going to do here is I'm going to start pushing a video over RTMP to an RTMP server.
Someone finds you interesting, sir. It appears we have a new follower.
Aziz, thanks for the follow. Yeah, so a lot of this compile time is warp, because it's doing like all these like weird things with macros for code generation, and that adding that actually increased my compile time significantly. I mean, there might be a little bit of stuff too because of its C integration. I'm not quite sure. VCW, thanks for the follow. Oh, thanks. Yeah, it's kind of fun. If you haven't been here before, you can actually change all the colors if you want. You can do a hue pink. Is my bot running? Wait a second. All right, let's restart the bot. What are you doing? Now let's try it. Hue pink. Okay, and you could do like a hue blue, electronics to hit my electronics desk, a hue, I don't know, green desk. There's ceiling, there's all kinds of stuff. We've got party mode here. Okay, so we're running demo time. So the first thing we need to do is we need to add a mixer, and that's basically like one stream. So we've created the mixer, and we're going to do a 1080p resolution at 30 frames per second. So the next thing we want to do is we want to add an output. So we're going to take everything that comes out of our mixer, and we're going to send it to this RTMP location. We're telling it that we want to use a hardware encoder. Boom, done. Okay. So here is the original. This is just like a embedded player. So this is just viewing from the RTMP server what is streaming from this computer next to me. This one is our RTMP output. So we have like this black screen with also a sine wave of audio set at volume 0, so we're just maintaining a consistent feed, because our pipeline will pause at any time where inputs, the source stops sending stuff, or the output stops taking stuff. Days in the World, thanks for the follow. Okay, so now what we're going to do is we're going to add an input. So we're going to tell it we want to fetch the data from this RTMP stream and connect it to our mixer. So this will have a few second delay, and that's mainly because this is transmuxing from the original FLV format into MPEG transport streams so that it can use HLS, which is how we're doing adaptive bitrate. But I'm happy to walk through that as well. Okay, so here we go. Now we have, this is basically forwarding. So now we can come in here and we can update our input if we want. We're going to change its resolution to 768p. We're going to just add a little bit of alpha so that the background blends into it. And then we're going to reposition it on the screen. I did Ruby years ago. I haven't done Ruby in about 10 years. But a little fun fact, there we go. So you can see we've resized it and moved it. So we have all of these features kind of working. But yeah, so Ruby, I did Ruby for a number of years. Actually, my twin brother and I implemented the unobtrusive JavaScript and the first jQuery driver for the Rails 3 release. I've done no Elixir though. But yeah, so you can see here we kind of have all of these working pieces. So right now we're just sort of kind of stabilizing this, and yeah, trying to get it where we get proper error handling, logging, stuff like that. But yeah, this is super cool. I mean, and we could add another video here. Do I have? Let's see. Sintel Web M. Give me the example. I want the trailer.
Sound waves reaching the microphone are changed into impulses of electric current. It's the most
Is
tremendous
this the full video?
new musical experience you can have.
Oh, these are all JPEGs. No, I want the file. Here we go. It's in 4. Ooh, it's in 4K. I don't want it in 4K. I don't know whether our pipeline can handle 4K yet. Is it here? There we go. There we go. This is what I want. Okay. So now we can come in here and we can add this URL for a video. And we just need to rename this and we'll call it Sintel. Now if we come back here, we should see it come up front. So these are both from Blender. Blender has like some open movies that they've created, and it's basically to exercise everything. Okay, so there's our other input. I didn't have set active input. What did we call the first one? RTMP. Okay, so now what should happen is it should turn the volume down on Sintel and put Big Buck Bunny in front of it. But remember, there's alpha transparency there, so it should bleed. There we go. More info about the Blender movies here. Yeah. So they're basically trying to make sure that Blender can fill all the purposes that like 3D Studio Max and Maya and all of these things do. So one of those things is basically trying to do. Stamp, thanks so much for the follow. Weird, it didn't show up in my activity feed. But yeah, so this is what we're working on, and we're doing it all in Rust. We have some preview functionality here for how our pipeline works too. Rami, thanks for the follow. So we have some debugability too, if anybody's interested in like the actual signal flow and what happens internally with the data as we transcode things. I guess show of hands, is anybody here familiar with video? Does anybody want like a 2-minute primer on how video works and how video streams work? How Twitch actually delivers video to you? I'm happy to do that too. If not, we can get back to debugging. Okay. So I actually did this all inside of Excalidraw here earlier because somebody asked. Okay. So let's come down here. Okay. So the starting point that we have is actually, why can't I drag here? So the starting point we have here is, if you think about like .avi, .flv, .mkv, all of those things, like the file extension of your video, that's what's known as a container. So a container can support multiple codecs, but it ultimately just multiplexes streams together inside of it. So you've got a series of streams inside of it. So we could have video, multiple audio, we can have captioning, things like that. Those are individual streams that are multiplexed together, or muxed is what it's referred to sometimes. Each one of those things is encoded in its own codec, which just stands for code or decode. So H.264 would be video, AAC for audio, things like that. So that's all transported over what's known as RTMP, real-time messaging protocol, in an FLV format. H.264 is still good. There's now H.265, which is equivalent but significantly faster. But most of it, like I'm transmitting H.264 to you right now, right? AAC audio and H.264 video. That's what you're getting. So these FLV and RTMP are actually left over from Flash, believe it or not. So this is super low latency for this. However, it doesn't scale well, right? Multiple clients would have to connect and maintain consistent TCP connections. So the way it works on the player side, on your side, how you're seeing this is Twitch, for an example, YouTube, Facebook, they all do the same thing. They do something called transcoding. So they pull apart this container and grab each one of these streams, and they resize the video. And sometimes they'll mess with the audio and things like that. So they'll resize the video into a variety of different sizes, and then they may be re-encoded with different codecs, right? So while I delivered it to you in H.264, you may be playing it in VP8 or VP9, right? YouTube uses VP9. So, and then in addition to that, these containers, it's called transmuxing or repackaging to put it in a new container. So it's actually put in something called an MPEG transport stream, and that file is only 2 seconds long. Some places will do 6 to 8 seconds, but typically if they're doing low latency, it'll be 2 seconds. So you can think about, they dump to disk a bunch of 2-second movies with audio in them, and they do it in multiple formats. And then they generate this manifest file, and they'll use one of two technologies. One is called HLS, and that's developed by Apple. So if you've ever seen a .m3u8 file, that is a manifest file. And then there's also MPEG-, which is XML, and I believe that's what Twitch is using. So that's basically an index file that points to these things. So the player pulls in this manifest file, all of this. So first, all of this is pushed out on a CDN, so it's all at the edge, right? So your player pulls in this manifest file and starts fetching these 2-second clips and pulling them into a buffer and playing them to you. If it gets a buffer underrun, so the buffer is not able to keep up, what it'll do is it'll go out to the manifest and say, hey, is there another lower resolution of this? And it'll start grabbing the segments from there instead. And so if you've ever watched like Hulu or Netflix or YouTube and your video gets blurry for a few seconds, that's exactly what happened. The player wasn't able to keep up, so it started grabbing a lower resolution. And so you're seeing those couple 2-second clips from a lower resolution. And so that's how all of that works. And obviously, as we know with CDNs and stuff like that, it's just a matter of how many machines you have. So it scales very, very well. We can have hundreds of thousands of viewers. It just depends on the CDN you use, right? So that's a brief overview of how that stuff works. If you really want like a deep down into like how video frames and stuff like that work, like that digital video introduction and things like that is a really, really good place to start. It talks about kind of like what iframes or keyframes are, and predictive frames and intra-predictive frames and things like that. Brandon, no problem, no problem. Yeah, it's kind of fun once you learn about how all of this stuff works. So we still have a bunch of unwraps to fix. I worked with this stuff a lot in the past. You're bringing up a lot of memories. I worked at, so prior to Microsoft, I worked at Comcast as a systems architect. And I kind of worked on this stuff. I worked on all like the infrastructure for failing over video streaming. So if a cable backbone was cut, how do we maintain consistent video feeds? So we could actually go into how cable video works, which is really interesting too, how it's modulated on the coax cable and things like that. It actually works more like the radio in your car. When you say channel 500 is like, oh, well, channel 500 is actually 130 megahertz and program ID in 2 in there, and you demultiplex it out. And so what's interesting is when you're like, well, okay, well, if it works like radio, how does video on demand work? Well, video on demand works. Your cable box sends a signal to the back-end servers at Comcast or wherever and says, hey, I want to watch this video. It's like, okay, well, program ID 6 on the 200 megahertz frequency is available. So it just starts pumping the video down there and then signals your box to switch over to that channel and start pulling that program ID out.
Someone find you interesting, sir. It appears we have a new follower.
Coax, here, no way. Yeah, Quadrature Amplitude Modulation. Cam, you called it. Days in the World, thanks for the follow. Okay, so I guess next we're going to look at HTTP mod and see how we can fix that. Oh, the file we were already in. All right, let's start finding all of our unwraps. Ooh, so this is a regex here. What do you do as a principal cloud advocate? So I am in developer relations. So I actually report up to engineering. My specific division of the advocacy group is open source engineering. So I basically spend all day, every day working on open source software. And I do a lot of public speaking and things like that too. What's an RTMP switcher? Read the manual, please, switcher. So we're basically, it's a virtual video switcher so that we can switch between people streaming without breaking the feed on the other side. We basically want to create a linear feed to the viewers while hot swapping out videos and live streamers. What do we want to do here? I guess what we should probably do here, is this a result type?
Someone find
It is a result type.
sir.
So I'm
It
not
appears
I'm not
have
sure
a
why
new
we did
follower.
this. We should have just returned here unless we can't convert it into that error type. I didn't see who that was following, and my activity feed does not show it either. Interesting. Well, thank you, whoever you are. Yes, RTMP is basically the protocol for transporting streams. It's what OBS uses to push anywhere. Or if you're using YouTube Live or Facebook Live or anything from your phone, all of that is RTMP. Ramp switching sounds almost like what the Alt F4 does. Yeah, so they're using NDI internally, and I think they're doing like OBS or something. Okay, so here we don't have a way of converting a regex error to an HTTP error. So what we're going to do is we're going to map the error. And we have an internal... So we'll pass that through a closure. And we want to convert this into an HTTP error. I guess we could just do unknown for now. So basically what we're saying here is regex new can return back a result type. And that result type could be an error, or it could be a regular expression. But what we're saying is if it returns back an error type, we want to run this closure, and we're telling it, hey, return back to this error type instead. What are we getting a warning about? We never got all these warnings before. Oh, right, because we're not actually using this error, so we can just do this. Sounds cool, love this. I have to catch you another time. Have a good stream. Zeron, thanks so much. I'll catch you later. I know that it asked many times, but could you share some courses for Rust? So I have primarily been using the Rust book that is online. There we go, copy link. As well as Rustlings for exercises. These are the primary places that I have been looking, as well as Rust by example. So I read some of the book to get the gist of things, did the Rustlings exercises, and now I'm just writing code and Googling when I run into issues. And I've been fortunate to have a bunch of people here who know Rust very well that have been helping me. What is all of this? So we didn't have all of these before, so I guess we're not supposed to solve this in this way. Do we want to fix that now? All right, let's fix it. Output mod. Nope. Output mod. Where is it yelling at us? Oh wait, no, it's here. Like 140. So what's saying here is all of these. Well, why would that one error? Oh, no problem. It's telling you to use OK or else. So what is the difference between OK or and OK or else? Okay, so OK or returns back a result type. What does OK or else do? So that takes a closure. I guess I still don't understand why we have to use a closure there. Yeah, I try my best to not have warnings either. They annoy me every time I run the compiler, so I just fix them. Okay. Oh, did we fix them all? Okay. Now back to removing our... Let's clear this. What do we have? Output file. We'll fix you first. Output file. Unwrap. That's fine. That's fine. Okay, so here, I don't even know why this is like this. Because we can just return back the result. Okay, so here, we've already done this in other files, so we're just going to borrow it. So basically, right now, we're grabbing the pipeline as a reference because otherwise we'll end up taking ownership outside of the option, and we don't want to do that. So this is why we're taking it by reference. So we're going to refactor really quick, and then I'll show you what it's supposed to look like. So here, we're still grabbing it by reference so that we don't take ownership of the pipeline, which is stored inside of this option. And then we're using let sum to grab it out. You can make Clippy stop your CI from complaining too. I got some new Clippy warnings just moving Rust. Yeah, that's kind of the fun part. It's like you update something and then you start getting a bunch of Clippy warnings. Okay, so wait. There we go.
Someone find you interesting, sir. It appears we have a new follower.
Coder Chief, thanks so much for the follow. It's funny, I have OBS over here on another screen. So I have to look at my overlay right now to see when I hear the follower notification who followed me because my activity feed broke. You all broke my activity feed. Uh-oh. What did I mess up here? 214. What did I do? You might have meant to use available self.pipeline. Did I have a variable for that somewhere? Oh, okay, wait. So this all actually needs to go inside of this conditional statement. There we go. Okay. Next. What do we have next? What were you working on, Prime, if you're still here, or anybody who was coming from Prime stream? Were you still rusting it? Okay, mod 222. So here we're supposed to return back a server. So init returns back a result. So let's match on this. You know what? Let's do a... I guess an okay or else would work here. And then we could do a tracing fatal. Do we have a fatal in here? No, I guess we just have error. Okay, so we're gonna say that I guess we could just return back whatever this error is. It's probably gonna want us to like two-string it. Can we get a string out of it? Hey, Sudo, how's it going? Well, I guess we probably don't want to do a server.new, right? If that fails. So actually, I think the better option here is probably to do a match on it. And then if it's okay, I don't think it returns back anything. It's probably just a unit struct. If it's okay, we don't want to do anything, right? Well, I guess we could do this, right? And then if it's an error, then we could do a tracing error, right? So it's, oh, okay, we'll take that type. I was gonna say we might have to convert it to a string, but ooh, that does not look good. 11 warnings admitted. Oh, this is all the okay or else stuff. All right, we'll fix it. Yeah, see, like once you get to like big code bases, like seeing all these warnings drives me up the wall. So like I just feel compelled to fix them. These are all in mixer mod. All right, mixer mod. Okay or else. We don't care about that. Got pushed by Prime. I turned pedantic on because they learned so much from warnings. No joke. Is what's on by default? Is pedantic on by default? Expected closure that takes 0 arguments. Okay. Okay or else. Or else. Okay. So here's the weird thing. I feel like Clippy is unreliable because this clearly says 11 warnings emitted. We did not fix 11 warnings. We fixed, I don't know, maybe 3 or 4. And Clippy is now happy. It's like Clippy just wants to randomly screw with you. Oh yeah, that uptime I think is my machine. My day's been pretty good. We've just been working on some refactoring and trying to make sure we remove cases where our where we're doing things like unwrap because we don't want it to panic. So that's basically okay. 372. What do we have going on here? Oh, okay. So this is just our tests. Do we care about fixing these in our tests? I feel like we don't care that they're in our tests. Okay. Let's validate. I think these are all in tests. Yep, 463. Where's the last one? The last one's on 600. This should all be tests. These are all tests. I hate having the unwraps in there, but we're gonna leave those. I'm not gonna mess with the tests. Then our fake input fake on 58. Okay, so this is the same thing we had before, right? So what we really want to do is do we're going to do an if let sum pipeline equal as ref and then get rid of all that. You come up in here and we're going to say pipeline. All right. How do I activate pedantic? Do I even want to know what that's going to show me? That's going to be like, Eric, you suck. Stop writing Rust now. We just need Clippy to do some of this.
Would you like me to look up a recipe for a light bolognese sauce? It should pair quite nicely with your spaghetti code.
At the top of my librs, we're going to do, all right. Warn, Clippy, pedantic. I feel like I'm not going to be happy with what this does. Oh no. 186 warnings emitted. Yeah, I'm not looking at that. One day in the future, we will do this. Can I add a Hacktoberfest thing to this? Like somebody else fix these? I don't want to look at those. Okay. Yeah, and yeah, it can totally be done. But right now, with like trying to get this thing, you know, to a point of where like we can get it like productionalized and out and like running in a cluster and things like that, it's probably not important.
As thrilling as
But
this might be for your viewers, you could simply check the Stack Overflow.
okay, so input mod. Okay, unwrap. Where are you at? So we did the same thing in output mod. Right? Yeah, we basically did this. This isn't for the sync element though, so we're just gonna do this. Okay. Why does that not work? Oh, mixer is not found in the scope. Are we including mixer? Error? No. Alright. I give in. We're gonna fix this too. Result. You're gonna go away. Why are you intermingled up there? That looks ugly. Okay, we also need to include mixer error as mixer error. Okay. Mixer error. There we go. Big brain. Who has the big brain? What is that? Oh, okay. That's from the prior compile before we had used it. Okay. Unwrap. I thought we fixed this one. Input fake. Did we miss one? We did. Okay. Oh, we fixed this in was it test? Input test. No, we did not. Input URI. All right. Oh, no, it's the order. Right? There we go. So this is basically what we need to do. There we go. Look on Stack Overflow. Well, Mixer's not found at all. It redirects to Facebook. The collective consciousness of Stack Overflow is definitely big brain. Yeah, sometimes, yeah. I actually find the collective consciousness of Twitch to be big brain sometimes. I, without a doubt, have picked up Rust faster than I probably would have if I didn't have so many awesome people in chat helping me. There's definitely been a lot of hand holding. Okay, input fake line 80. Oh, right. So we need to change mixer. All right. Ramu, yeah. That's right. You've been learning Rust as well. There's been some really, really awesome people who have jumped in here and helped. Result, mixer, error, as, mixer, error. All right. Okay. Yeah. Potatoes, Musin, Mr. Halsey. There's been a few people who have been in here that have been like helped significantly. I like without probably Musin, I would have aborted the use of warp like 5 minutes in. Okay. Video queue unknown field. Wait a second. Oh crap. Because we copied that over. Git diff source input fake. It's just video. Okay. Yeah. And Musin, well, I should do some shout outs here too. Musin and Mr. Halsey both are streamers here that do Rust, and they are far better than me. And all of my Rust is just my fingers typing the stuff that they tell me to. All right. What else do we have? Input mod. I've got too many windows open. Okay, here. This is input mod. This is on 169. Oh, right. Okay, so we already did this, right? So yeah, so we're basically doing the same thing, except we want the source pad instead of the sync pad. Source. Okay. We're getting down there. Now we just have our outputs. So I guess let's do output fake first. Output fake. The fake output is just, we kind of have these types that represent our inputs and our outputs that collectively kind of organize all of the GStreamer elements that compose their own like subset of the pipeline. And they're like responsible for adding themselves to the pipeline and linking themselves together. So that's basically what we're going into now when you see me going into like fake or test or URI or things like that, is we're messing with the individual inputs and outputs. So there's a lot of similarities between them too. So later, I guess we could try to think of a way of, I don't know whether we can do like inheritance, but yeah, a way of moving some of the shared logic, abstracting it to somewhere else. All right, so here, okay, so this is the same thing, right? So we just want to do a let or if let some pipeline equal as ref we're going to do our pipeline. There we go. I think that was the only one in here. Yep. Okay, and then the other one, output test. Okay. Unwrap. Output file. You know what would be awesome? GStreamer, but written in pure Rust. So Remy, there's these bindings here, but there's several of the GStreamer core developers that have been rewriting elements in Rust. So inside of GStreamer, like we could look at like say GST inspect NVH264 encode, right? So this is an individual element type. This is actually what's using the NVENC encoder, right? So these things are just chained together and they're in their own shared object files. So there actually has been efforts on the GStreamer team to create some of these elements in Rust. There's a blog somewhere for it. I suppose there's not a lot of material online. If you Googled GStreamer Rust, you would probably find the same blog post that I was looking at. But yeah, so that's going to be an interesting effort. But I really like the pipelining approach. Even just on the command line, and the fact that we can generate, you know, these graphs, these directional graphs to figure out things. That's like ridiculously nice to figure out when the pipeline isn't working. I can come in here and see the state of buffers. I can see which elements are paused, which ones are playing, which capabilities are being used between source. I can see what connections are made, and then that kind of allows me to kind of debug what's going on. Okay, what else do we have? Output file, unwrap. Wait. Oh, those are unwrap ors. I think we're done. I think we finished it. That is a big diff. Removing all most unwraps for better error handling. Okay. Imagine if it wasn't dependent on GObject though. Yeah, so there's some weird things with GObject I've had a problem with, and I'm not really familiar with glib and GObject because I didn't do a lot of C programming. I know there's been a bunch of people who have been in stream helping me with Rust that came from C and stuff that were able to kind of guide me through some of the GObject oddness. We tried using GStreamer on Windows a few years ago. Yeah, don't try using GStreamer on Windows. That's a big pain. I tried to do that too, and not so much. Okay, so that's here. What do we want to work on next? Well, I know what I should probably work on first. I should probably work on using the restroom real quick, so I will be right back.
So drunk, about to pass out. Fit the road, something about to blow big cloud. So high, all the women in the building got their hands up, looking like they finna touch the ceiling. Feeling so drunk, about to pass out. Fit the road, something about to blow big cloud. All I wanna do is party all night. Grab up on your booty so tight. Smoking on the cheap, it got me so high. We ain't tripping off the cops when they roll by. Certainly serving you amateurs nothing but hard licks. Cause thunder will strike in one place twice, so open up your eyelids. My devices. Full contact, jawbone hit her, make her face fall flat. 4-1 flat like a Bo Jackson. Turf gon' rip when I run past. This is for the moment you've been waiting for. Training for, make a toast for them haters that be going through it like it's menopause. Make a talk, how they wanna run it like a runner back.
That's not bad. 5 hours. That's the first time I've left my desk. Long stream today. All right, so let's look at some of our issues that we have outstanding. Some of these are going to be quite complicated. Closed captioning, I'm not dealing with that right now. Allow inputs to have multiple connections. That's not really important at the moment, but the idea there would be that we could take one input, say like we're fetching one RTMP stream, and we could feed it to multiple mixers. That's kind of the idea there. Name states basically is like, if I wanted to set like a resolution or something to say like right here in this corner, I could set those dimensions and things like that, and then save it as like a named state so that I can just say, hey, input 1, go to this state or something like that. That's sort of the idea there. Wait, this one should be closed. We already fixed this one. Oh, we haven't even run the test recently. Uh-oh. That one I'm kind of afraid for. We haven't run the tests. Docker. Cargo. Speaking of Docker, anybody here who's interested in containers and stuff like that, that's what I've probably spent the last 5 or 6 years doing, is mostly development in the container related space. Even the stuff I was talking about doing video related was all done using Kubernetes to fail over and things like that. Tomorrow, probably 12:30 Eastern time, we're going to do a coworker of mine who comes from Deus Labs. We're going to do like an Ask Me Anything about containers and Kubernetes. So we'll kind of walk through how we don't have like a course thing that we're going to do. It's mainly open questions, and we'll take it from there and go explore and poke at clusters and containers and show off how they work internally and things. Okay, so here... Oh, okay, so this is when we introduced... all of this is from when we introduced configuration for our outputs. So that's okay. We can fix those. HTTP mod. All right. 578. A friend of mine is learning Kubernetes for a new job starting soon. It looks really complicated.
It appears we have a new file.
Jantic, thanks for the follow. So Kubernetes is interesting. It has a lot of moving pieces, and there's sort of two distinct skill sets for Kubernetes, right? There's like writing applications and designing them to run in a Kubernetes cluster, and of course, obviously like debugging them and things like that. And then there's this skill set of like operations, like how do you maintain a cluster? In what ways does the cluster fail? What components go down? How do I understand which component went down that caused this behavior? So, you know, all like anything, all of that stuff takes time to build up, and it's all kind of cognitive overhead, right? So for people who have complex distributed systems, the overhead of learning Kubernetes and doing all of that stuff on the operations side is less than what the overhead is for what they're currently doing, right? So if you have a Kubernetes-like problem, Kubernetes is going to be very, very beneficial. If you are designing your architecture based off of hot buzzwords and you're currently running on 3 DigitalOcean droplets, you're gonna have a bad day, right? It's a lot of extra work to set up. It's a lot of knowledge to understand all of these things. Please don't adopt it for the sake of adopting it, because it does come with overhead, right? And many places that have clusters have teams of people who are just dedicated to maintaining the cluster. So it's definitely something to consider. And just because you don't use Kubernetes doesn't mean you can't use containers, right? You can adopt one without the other. So just a thought. But yeah, I mean, it does have a lot of benefits. I love Kubernetes, don't get me wrong. So I think it's just something you have to consider it for your individual use case. Okay, so we need an output config here. I've dabbled in Docker. That wasn't too difficult. Yeah, Docker from a base level, if you're not doing anything kind of against the grain, Docker's pretty straightforward to pick up. And like, let's be clear too, like Docker is a packaging and distribution solution, right? That's the key takeaway. Like, what do I use containers for? Well, you use them to solve packaging and distribution problems, right? Where you don't have like kind of dependency hell going on in your machines. You don't have cruft. It allows you to kind of do the pets versus cattle thing. I'm not sure how many people are familiar with that analogy, but basically when we talk about distributed systems, we talk about pets versus cattle, right? If you have a pet, you name it. If it gets sick, you try to nurse it back to health. If one of your cows, gets sick, you let it die, or your chicken or whatever, right? You let it die and then you just get another one. And so that's sort of the way you build kind of resilient distributed systems, is there's no special snowflakes in the cluster, right? They're all the same. They're all capable of running anything. They don't need any special configuration. You can just blow it away and spin up a new one. Hi, everyone. Yeah, Kubernetes is overkill for a lot of people. Yeah, I do find that a lot of people are adopting it like at very small levels. It's like they have a monolithic service and they're just trying to run 5 of them and they're using Kubernetes for that. And let output config equal out. Are we in the output? No, we're not. So this is, wait a second. Output. Wait a second. So this is, we're creating our mixer. And now we're trying to add an output to our mixer. So we just need a fake configuration here. So we need an output hold on. Output mod. Create. It takes a config. So there is a config here. Output config is totally a thing. Why is it not showing up in my suggestions? All right, so we're using that. So we should have an output config. Output. Let's do output config. Let's call it output config too. As output config. I used Docker to make it easy to transfer CI systems I had to set up to another team member. I liked how Docker let me fully specify the system and how it was so portable. Yeah, so CI/CD is like a perfect example of like the types of problems that Docker solves, right? So individual applications have like some amount of dependencies that they need, like build time dependencies. And so you end up setting up this build server for this application. But what happens when another application needs the build server, but it needs different versions of everything? It's just a nightmare. So Docker is like a good way of being able to do that. And then the orchestration of a CI/CD system becomes even more straightforward as well. Because now it doesn't matter what server the application gets built on, just whichever one, is free. All right, output config. Name. We're just gonna call it fake. Okay. It's gonna yell at me because we're missing fields. What's required? Did I implement default for it? No, but I can do this. See, look at this. So it's like if I have an error or something, it'll just like, what is your deal, Clippy? And this is showing me errors, but the compiler is not. Okay, so Wait a second. Oh, because cargo test. Okay, so that's expected a string to string to string. We're gonna pass this in here. Output config. By the way, there are other container runtimes besides Docker, and Kate supports them. There's a standard for this stuff. Yeah, so there's CRI is the spec. It's called the Container Runtime Interface. And you're right. There are a number of container runtimes that you can use. There's a variety of specs. There's also CSI, the Container Storage Interface, CNI, the Container Network Interface, and things like that. I mean, I'm happy to, especially tomorrow when we go through all of this stuff, I'm happy to walk through like all of the control plane, what it does, those types of things, because it's actually amazing how pluggable Kubernetes is. And I did a talk. If you've been in the channel before, I've linked it probably a couple times. Eric, go to Chicago. Okay. I did a talk about basically using Kubernetes as a framework for building your own distributed systems. If you're using generics, you could use into string in the function body do a parameter.into. I'm not sure what you mean, Potatoes.
Someone finds you interesting, sir. It appears we have a new follower.
Hurricane, thanks for the follow. Okay, so this is going to be missing fields.
Someone finds you interesting, sir. It appears we have a new follower.
Nexus, thanks for the follow. Okay, so, wow, we've got a lot of errors to fix for the tests. Holy crap. I guess that serves me right for not running tests after each of my refactors. Okay, so 577, we're missing the audio encoder mux. So we're missing some fields here. So audio, we're gonna say audio. Okay, we need to import some stuff. So in the crate, we also have audio config and video config and encoder. Encoder. Is it in output? Mux, right? Yeah, okay.
Someone
Looking forward to the Q&A tomorrow.
sir.
Me too, me too.
It appears we have a new follower.
Thanks for the follow, wise old bird. I wonder if I like refresh these, whether I can. All right, I'm gonna refresh my chat and see whether I can actually get activity feeds again. But yeah, it'll be fun. It'll be fun. Like, and if you haven't played with Docker or Kubernetes or anything like that, like, feel free to like play with stuff and bring your questions, and hopefully people will stump us. That's always fun. But I've done a bunch of stuff in Kubernetes. I've run, insanely large clusters, multiple clusters. I've written custom schedulers, custom network plugins, custom controllers and things like that.
Someone finds you interesting, sir. It appears we have a new follower.
Internet Bowser, thanks for the follow. All right, so we're missing encoder, mux, and video. Oh, wait. We did. So here we're going to do audio config, and we're going to just grab a default one. Video, we're going to grab a video config and grab a default one of those. Encoder. Encoder is an encoder config, I believe, right? It's an encoder config, so that is in output. All right, and then we also need encoder config. There we go. 5-hour stream. Yeah, Milky, what's going on, man? I am quite certain everybody in here knows the Milkman. I know Prime plugs him all of the time. If you don't happen to already be following him, you really should. Okay, so what are our warnings here? Yeah. So we are going pretty long. I'm just plugging away at this. I'm trying my best to knock out some of these errors, get this thing more stable. I was probably getting close to the end of my stream, and then Prime brought everybody here, and you know, you don't leave the party when the party's just getting started. Okay. Good man. Okay, what am I missing here? Oh, right. So, encoder config. And I didn't implement default for this. No, we did. Default is implemented for this, so we should be able to do default. Yeah, there we go. And then we're just missing our mux, and I believe that that is optional, so we should be able to pass none. I'd love to find a good blog or write-up about it. Okay, so we didn't end up using mux, right? So we can remove that. Some of these warnings are probably because we use them in tests. So which ones are they? Okay, so it's output config, encoder config, output config, encoder config. Okay, so here's what we're gonna do. We are going to take this, and then we are going to go to our tests, and this is where we need to use output config. And then this would just be use crate, right? Oh wait. This also needs to be crate. So we're gonna clean these up in a second. I tried to get into Rust 3 times now, and somehow I always get frustrated with the borrow checker. Yeah, the borrow checker does get kind of annoying. I get it though, right? Because you know, I guess realistically, at some point or another, you're going to be fighting with it, right? And the question is whether you're going to be fighting with it when you're debugging, or at you know, development time. Wait, what is expected? No, we're down here, right? What on earth are you complaining about? All right, so we can get rid of this. We can get rid of this, I guess. All right. Output not found in scope. Okay, so we deleted something. All right, so we need output. Okay, now let's go to our mod tests, and let's try our best to clean this up, because this is kind of ugly. All right, so here's our crate. We're grabbing HTTP input. All right. Oops. nice output, that's gonna go in there too. We really need to group these together, right? So this would be input. Ah. I think this is what best practice is to group these things, but I could be totally wrong. I kind of like how clean it looks when I do that. But, mixer. Expected one of, wait, 219, oh, right. There's a piece of documentation in the Rust edition books telling you to get rid of the mod RS. Really? So mod RS is not where things are supposed to be going now? And these things. So really what we want is this here to also be in here. Okay. Oh, these aren't in here. These are just up here. These are, there we go. There we go.
Inhale and exhale.
Oh, it's from the 2015 edition. Okay, 217. Oh, we just missed that. What are you giving us a warning about? I'm gonna have to fix these because it's gonna drive me absolutely nuts. I hate that the compiler warnings drive me crazy. Why can I just like not care? Okay, so now we're back to just all of this stuff, I think. Okay, so I feel like maybe the LSP is just not. Okay, that's it. Okay, so where's our output config? We're gonna need to steal this. Imagine Rust without NL, that's suffering. So I actually I come from like 9 years of Go. I started using Go back in 2011. So I actually started using Go before the Go tool existed. You actually called the linker and compiler yourself in makefiles. And like there was like no deleting from hash maps and stuff. It was interesting times. And there was no libraries for anything. If you wanted to connect to Redis, you wrote a Redis driver. Okay, so... Oh wait, we're still missing stuff. Oh, no, I know what that is. Okay, so 551, we have a similar problem, right? So here, we're just gonna do the same thing. We're gonna take this, and then we're going to send in output config. Done. Yeah, being an early adopter is a pain, but it's also kind of fun too. Like, being really honest, there's a lot of struggles in being an early adopter, but it's also like really exciting, and to see how things evolve, and it's like a much closer community. So like all of like the original people all know each other and are all friends. It's kind of cool. I like playing with technology. I've always been that way. You know, I've played with like Zig and Nim and Pony and Ballerina and all of these like newer languages that aren't as common, just because. All right, 363. That 363 is an easy fix. That's because we removed the option from these things. Same thing. Because now we're using like the default logic. Oops. Okay. Did you switch to Rust or do both? So I guess technically you could say I do both. This is like my first major project and everything in Rust. I've helped out with one, so this is actually also mixing the thought on containers. I helped out on this project, and a project that was a predecessor of this one, where we explored stuff where it's basically using Kubernetes to schedule WebAssembly, and not like put WebAssembly in a container, but like schedule WebAssembly directly on a node. So I helped out with that one, but aside from some patches and things like that in there, this is my first major project in Rust. So I'm kind of writing Rust full time right now because this is the main project I'm working on, but I definitely did not switch away from Go. And in fact, if I have to write like a web API, I'm totally doing it in Go, because Rust is cool. There's a lot of things I like about it, but web APIs are super time consuming. What's up? What's in my OPSEC? Okay. Expected struct audio. I fixed you, and then you complained. I feel like this is the LSP, like, messing with me here. F 2020 10 cumulative update Windows. You hate the Windows team so much. Is that why you came in here? You're like, I know somebody who works at Microsoft. I must tell them that I hate the Windows team. I actually have not tried D or F. I actually don't think I know anybody from the Windows team. Maybe? Actually, I think I did meet somebody from the Windows team at a conference one time. Yeah, I'm not. So, it's an interesting story. I've used Linux on the desktop since right around 2001, 2002. I did have a Mac for a few years. Starting in 2009, I think I bought my first Mac. And I would use the Mac for like admin stuff, because like video conferencing and all of that still suck on Linux. But yeah, so I was all Linux on the desktop until early this year. I actually did 6 months where I did Windows, WSL, VS Code, and I wanted to like challenge myself to try something new and kind of understand the experience of a Windows developer. And you know, it wasn't bad. I mean, it was probably equivalent to using a Mac with WSL and stuff. But yeah, now I'm back to Linux. But aside from that, that stint that I did, I had not touched Windows since Windows XP had been released. Like, I'd never used Windows 7, Vista, 8, none of those things. MS Teams on Linux is ass. Yeah, they're still working on Teams on Linux. Early adoption can be fun. I used Elm in 0.13 or something. Back then, there was only a mailing list for it. Yeah. The new craze is FreeBSD. Ah, I knew it. I knew I was using old stuff. Okay, so let's start. I'm just going to start at the bottom. So 5.13. What are you trying to say? You are saying that we are missing some stuff. Right. Okay, so this wants all of the other stuff. So it's like, hey, yo, I want an audio config. Default. I want a video config. So we're just going to give you the default video config. And then, what else are we missing? Encoder. Encoder. We're not gonna do anything special there. You're just gonna get a none. Okay. I have a similar story. I was actually actively contributing for GNOME, kernel, Gentoo, etc. Then a few years ago, I burned out of Linux desktop and got Windows 10. Oh, cool. Yeah, I mean, it's interesting. I mean, I have a Windows laptop here next to me that I use for like admin type stuff. It's enrolled in the network, and I use Outlook and stuff there. The new craze is not using anything that has systemd in it. So Nix OS. Okay. I think the new craze should be write your own operating system. Now I have a dual boot, but 80% of the time is Windows 10. It's gotten really close. I mean, it's just, like I said, it's a similar Unix development experience as Mac is. BSD is older than Linux. I wonder why Linux is the most used Unix. Okay, what are we complaining about now? Did I not hit save? Actually, speaking of like that stuff, not writing your own, but has anybody here done Linux from scratch? I did this way back, like before VMs. I should do it again. But this is kind of like a cool experience to go through, and you build your own Linux distro, and you kind of get to see what components are there, what purpose they serve, how they layer together. You basically compile everything and get your own like minimal Linux distro. If you have not seen this, it is kind of an exercise in cut and paste. But if you're not familiar with like the components of a Linux system, you know.
It appears we have a new follower.
JB, thanks for the follow. When I was about 12, I started writing an operating system named Door just so I could have the slogan "Close your window." Nice. So I actually have like a bucket list of things that I want to do. So one of which is that I do want to write a minimal operating system. I want to write a minimal compiler, and I want to write a minimal bootloader in assembly. And a kernel patch. I figured that last one might take me a lifetime. Oh, that's not... So it wants... Oh, right. So encoder is required. So encoder we're doing default to. Mux is the thing that's not required. All right, here's what we're going to do, because this is getting kind of annoying. We are also going to say -x test. And now this will watch and run our tests. This music is a bit sketch. Yeah, I just have an app called Pretzel Rocks running in the background that's like royalty free. Some of it's good, some of it not so good. I still haven't figured out the secret to having good music on without, you know, DMCA issues. I am totally open to suggestions though. 244. All right, so this is basically the same thing. Oops. There are some good songs on here that I do like. M. Dembski, how's it going? So I did find out that it is a quota issue associated with my account. I'm reaching out to get permissions granted so that I can get some GPU nodes. So also I should give M. Dembski a shout out as well. If you are not following him, you definitely should. He is a member of the Go compiler team and streams working on compiler issues. So if compiler stuff or Go is your thing, you should totally follow him. Just talk more. Stream beats. What's stream beats? There's some playlists on the interwebs that are no copyright. I'll have to look for those. We should ask him why Go not compiling. Yeah, I try my best to like shout people out, especially when we're talking about things like that and there's somebody who streams about that stuff, just because I think it helps science and tech grow as a whole, right? It's one of those like rising tides float all boats, so we all got to support each other. We'll do the East Coast, West Coast, you know, rap wars later when there's more viewers on Twitch. Interesting here. What is that? Can I do this to string? You know what? I'm just gonna ignore this, and we're just gonna say failed to initialize GStreamer. I want to know where all these errors are coming from now. Because some of these are in... Oh, no, this... Okay, this is in the tests. Oh. Because this really... What this really needs to be is here, and we want to return from the function, right? Oh, we can't return from there. Ah, crap. So this isn't really what we want to do, because we need setup server to return back a server. So we do kind of want this to panic. I mean, that unwrap would have been fine too, but... Okay. So what is this warning? Are we using something that we don't need? Saving up for pair programming? I'm actually really looking forward to doing that. I don't even remember what price I set that at. I don't think it's very high. It probably should be higher. Okay, let's see. 219 output. Okay, we're not using that, so what's your project? What's in my OPSEC? What are we going to be working on? Stream beats, free stream music. All right, what is this? I get a can't reach this page. Is there a typo in that? Oh, apparently. So, okay. So apparently the naked domain does not work on HTTPS. But if you go to HTTP on the naked domain, it redirects you to SSL www.streambeats.com. All right, what is this? Oh, so these are like individual songs, though. It's not a playlist, right? All right, I guess I'll have to play with that later. Okay, consider wait, what is this? The module import output is defined here, mixer mod, and refers to the module output, which is defined here. Consider importing it directly. Wait, what? What is this? Okay, so on line 606, we are trying to use mixer output, but somehow we ended up with a visibility issue. Output is a private module input. So on mixer, wait. Is that left over? That's not right. Because it should be that, right? Although, hold on, mod test. I think I just, yeah. I just moved that out of there. Okay. Something for my resume for pair programming with a junior dev. Yeah, I've heard of SIP. I did some stuff a long time ago on it. Function or associated item not found in HTTP. Oh, crap. Okay, so this is not on output. This is not what we want. We need mixer. No, we need output, right? Yeah, I'm familiar with turn and stun. I've not done anything with those. I plan in the future to do some WebRTC stuff because what I'd love to do is have, where's this? I would love to be able to have WebRTC come into our switcher here as well, so that we could set up a turn server or something and have the switcher connect to it. So you could in theory come on to the switcher through a web browser. Okay, what is this? 566. So we should be able to do this, right? Okay. Did that run all the tests now? No, it's running the tests now. Okay. WebRTC, but not leaking everything all over the place. Okay, so we've just got what is this? 449. 449. We really want this. Mod test. So we should probably do the same thing here and do input, right? I don't know what the error is here though either. $410. Let's just search for input, right? Okay. Encoder config is a private struct import? Really? Encoder. No, it's not. Pub encoder config. That is not private. So let's figure out where we went wrong with our imports. Encoder private struct import. Oh, crap. Because that's not in there. It's actually here, right? Encoder config. Too many outputs. We've got like the HTTP libraries that have input output mixer, and then we have like the corresponding like GStreamer level stuff that's, you know, also named the same thing. All right, default config not found in mixer. Oh crap. No config in HTTP output. Oh, did we? I think I put this in the wrong place too. Okay. This is also here, I think. Okay, now we're getting somewhere. So now all this default config stuff. So now we need a video config default. So we used to have these functions that were just like generating our default stuff. And then I think it was Musin who pointed out that there's a trait for default. And that was sort of the better way to do this. So that's why these are still here. We refactored things and never fixed the tests. Okay, so audio config default. Do we have a mixer config Okay, so we don't implement a default here, so I guess we're just gonna have to do audio config default video config default. All right. I suggest some chilled out jazz music for the background. Makes you look very sophisticated. I think I need to put on glasses and things like that. Glasses that I never wear. Here we go. And then put on some jazz. Do I look smarter now? Is the hue stuff not working? Hue 3. There we go. Look at this classy enterprise stream I just so the values are from 0 to 65,000 for the hue too. Or we have like some hard-coded ones. Purple, pink, orange, yellow, green, blue, pink. Anyone pick up on those $20 Amazon Echo Dots? I actually have like a thing against using passive listening devices. I think it's mainly because one of my hobbies is security stuff, and I like doing CTFs and all of that. And it bothers me the idea that I could have like a business meeting about things that shouldn't be public, and there's like a device in the room actively listening. Okay, 590. This is still in HTTP mod, right? Yeah, okay. So we're gonna have to do the same thing here. So I guess it's basically just stealing this, right? Yeah. Come on, tests. 549. Then I think it was also 506. Yep. Let's see if we can just find the rest of them. Yep, this one. I have a Google Home and I've turned it on like once, and that was the reverse engineer. Yeah, I don't even like keep Siri on my phone. Okay, so this is the same thing. So this is all basically just fixing the tests for where they were getting like their default data from. But the question is, do you use it what's in my OPSEC? Yeah, I'm getting like so much lag. Now Prime has me thinking whether this is airline. You know what? Let's remove it. Let me finish fixing this stuff, and then we'll fix it. Is that window layout with Tmux? No, this is using the i3 window manager. So this is all actually, I've got GUI apps and stuff like that in here too. So i3 works in an interesting way where there's like a parent-child hierarchy. So all of these are at one level, and then these three things are, so these two things are siblings. Then this whole thing is a sibling of this top one. So I can actually just, go through parent-child, we can reorder what we do with these things, now put them in tabs, right? Oops. Resize them, right? So this is just sort of the environment I like working in. I usually have like my editor running and then like some sort of automated compile thing and then my shell that I'm working in. And then you'll watch me just like full screen them really quick when I want more detail. Okay, what do we got left? Okay, so we're still fixing these issues. So we need to take this.
Someone
Need to do this.
It appears we have a new follower.
Earl, thanks for the follow. I guess we could follow this down and see whether there's any more. We got that one. We got that one. All right. 370. What was the other one? 360. Same thing. Kind of convenient, but I do feel iffy about the constant listening stuff. Yeah. And I mean, if we're really honest, right? Like software in general is a very, very rushed thing, right? We prioritize shipping new features over stability and security all of the time, right? And I personally feel like IoT devices are one of the worst things at that. And you can have a lot of fun with some of this stuff. So there is a protocol. So when they used to test electronics boards, they used to do what's called like a bed of nails. So the board would get laid on top of a bunch of pins, and it would obviously bit bang the pins and stuff like that, and then read off of other pins, and that would tell them like whether or not the soldering and stuff like that was good. So now all of these like electronics manufacturers got together and developed a protocol called JTAG, which is almost like a shift register around the board, which is crazy, but it allows them to kind of almost test the board through software. And it's really, really fascinating stuff. But you can extract stuff from there and do all kinds of things like outside of the firmware running on the chip. So if you're interested in hardware security, that's a really cool place to start. And oftentimes the JTAG headers are still there, even labeled as such. If they're not, there's a cool device. Where is it? Okay, so there's this cool device here. Is it gonna focus? Focus. There we go. It's called the JTagulator. And so what this allows you to do is take a bunch of, it allows you to take a bunch of wires and you can connect it to all of the random pins that you see on the board that you think might be JTAG related. And it will do a bunch of magic and it will tell you which ones are your JTAG header and which pin is which. So these things are fascinating. If you're old school like me and you remember the Loft, one of the members of that is who actually created this thing. But this is super cool. You get one of these, you get like a little bus pirate or something like that so that you can talk to, you can communicate with the board over JTAG. And you can have a lot of fun with extracting firmware and finding passwords hard-coded in them and all kinds of stuff that scares the hell out of you and makes you not want to put IoT devices that have passive listening devices in them on your network. I'm really bad about stuff though too. Oh, look at that. I also, okay, sweet. So we have all of our tests running. We know about that race condition already. So that's on our like to-do list. But yeah, I actually segment my network so that the cable boxes in my house can't communicate with anything else. All right, so how did I get a file in my, I don't know how I did that. Okay. Fixing, failing, fixing tests, I guess. I keep meaning to do the proper network segmentation like that. Yeah. Yeah. It's so much more fun reading up on how security stuff works and actually implementing it though. Yeah. CTFs are fun too. If you've never done a CTF, those are a lot of fun. I find it really, really cool to try to like take the knowledge you have about building things and then use that against the system, like understanding how it works and how you can kind of sneak around it or leverage some component of it in a weird way. And yeah, so it's like it's really interesting because you can think about things like you can what's an interesting one, like you can
It appears we have a new follower.
all right, did I just get follow botted? I think I just got follow botted.
Someone finds you interesting, sir.
Well,
It appears we
if
have
any
a
of
new
you are real
follower.
followers, thank you. But I just see like a scrolling thing. I think we're gonna have to mute that.
Someone finds you interesting, sir. It appears we have a new follower.
Maybe not. All right. Let's see.
Someone finds you interesting.
Control audio via OBS. Okay. There we go. Audio gone. Okay, yeah. Turn off airline. Yes. I'm with you. Okay. But yeah, so, oh crap, what were we talking about? Oh, so interesting things that you can do. So, MySQL allows you through SQL calls to load files. So you could like load executable code if you found a vulnerability in it, right? Like, how do I get the code there? So you could get it to make system calls and things like that. Like it's wild, right? Like MongoDB executes JavaScript. Well, understanding there's a JavaScript interpreter there. If you understand how that works, how can you use it against it? And it can, what is this? There we go. We got people remembering that you can, holy crap. Okay. So I just got insanely follow botted. All right. So we were going to turn off airline, right? That's what we were doing. Airline. But yeah, there's a bunch of cool sites for doing, learning security stuff and trying out, okay. So we wanted to, I guess if I did it in my init file, right? .config, nvim init airline. All right. Okay. Airline, you're gone. I think that I need to. Okay, it didn't load. Okay, perfect. I did some CTFs, but it's super stressful, and I think I'm too old for hacking. I mean, so you don't necessarily have to do the competitive ones too, right? Like you can do like hack this site, or one of the ones that I really like doing is Over the Wire. They have a bunch of war games. So some of them are like shell based, where you get in and you're like level 1 and you have to try to find a vulnerable executable or something like that to get you to level 2 and all of those things. Good morning, Nate. So this has a bunch of those. There's some web-based ones. So there's a variety of those that you can go through. M. Dembski, you might actually, you might get a kick out of some of these too, where like you have to like trace programs and stuff like that to try to see like, oh, well, this program is actually calling this other program that has like set UID and things like that. And well, that actually turns out to be a shell script. So it's kind of interesting to do that type of stuff. Okay, so we have no airline. So let's see. MVim source mixer mon. Oh, holy cow. All right. Airline, you suck. It's so much better now. Okay. So we still do have some warnings, right? I hate this. Clippy. I like try hack me. But what is airline? So airline is the thing that was down here giving me information about the line of code I was on, and that was drawing those like cool looking tabs and stuff like that. I messed up Discord. How did I mess up Discord? I'm at real CTFs where you have yeah. The real capture the flag events are super cool. I'll have to look at the one Tej is doing. Oh, you thought it was something for the overlay? Gotcha. What did I do to the Discord? I left mentioning everyone open. Is that what I did? All right. Well, where is that? All right, well, that's fixed now. It was late. It was really late when I set that thing up. Okay. As I'm planning to learn how to make an overlay soonish. Okay. I went to... How did I set it up to still show the Git branch? Oh, over here. I'm guessing there's just there's something in my config that's doing that. So there's let's see, dot files mvim status line. Oh, I need to go into here. I forget where I set it up. Okay. CD nvim plugins settings. Now do status line. Where did I set it up? There we go. Because my airline.vim, this file is still being loaded. So it's using status line to do that. Why are there follow bots? So we have kind of discussed this. I have a working theory, and my working theory is there probably is some service that you can pay to get followers, and all of the like follow botting other people is really just to mask the people that like paid to be followed or something. That's my working theory. Otherwise, I don't, unless they're just trolling, I don't really see what the benefit of it is. That if they're also, if they're just trying to screw up like Twitch metrics. Maybe it's Twitch and they're just, you know, trying to inflate their own numbers. All right, so I think we're gonna have to leave airline off now. All right. Congrats on your new follower. 10,000 followers. Look at me go all in one day. Oh. You're back? Wow, it's already 8 o'clock here, and I have not eaten yet. I should probably raid somebody and call it a night. I've got a bunch of GopherCon stuff I have to do too. I probably really need to eat more than anything. Alright, who do we want to raid? We got Mastermind. We got Strager. We got the Alt F4. We got Callow. I don't think I've ever raided Strager. I'm never on at the same time Strager's on. To the raid, it seems. Yeah, it's 8 p.m. here, and I have not eaten at all today. So I'm thinking rather than starting something new, I should probably jump off here and eat something. As much as I would love to stay on and hang out. Learning binary search trees in Go. JavaScript linter in C++. All right, should we vote? All right. Okay, question. Who do we raid? Strager. Mastermind. Who else do we have? The Alt F4. Alright, start poll. I suppose we could do Aaron too. He's working on doing a conference talk. Go with Python, I think. I like your thinking, Aaron. I like your thinking, Vegan. Let's do Aaron. Let's get him a big raid. Let's get him a big raid. Yeah, Aaron's a coworker of mine who also does Kubernetes stuff, and he's who's going to do the Ask Me Anything about containers and Kubernetes tomorrow with me. So everybody give Aaron some huge love.